particular causes and issues that are going on throughout the country. So share the room out, y'all. Share the room out to the host. Come back up here. Make an account on social. Let me see if I can post up here in the jumbo tracing. Damn, I think Twitter got me in the matrix or something too, yo.
Yeah, people said it's been acting this way for a month.
Well, you know, Twitter is trash, and what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying?
Twitter is fucking trash, garbage.
What you gonna do?
Garbage trash.
Yeah, watch out for fan base as well. They allow the host to censor the chats now, so it's just another echo chamber. All you fucking need another one.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, come up to social. We ain't censoring shit, and now you got the our community chats are now in your DM chats, so we are fully transparent. We are fully transparent. You know what I mean? Come on up to social, y'all. Look in the Jumbotron. Look in the Jumbotron, y'all. Look in the Jumbotron. I'm going to try to post some of this stuff to the chat. So look in the Jumbotron, y'all.
Hey, DJ, let me ask you about that. On them chats, do you have to be in the chat talking in order for you to for it to show up in your notifications like that?
No, it's already embedded like that. And you know me, sometimes I'll say some shit that's beyond, you know, I'll go over your head like a fucking a jizzle verse and shit, you know what I'm saying? So I gotta correct myself. All the social chats, this is why I be telling you, just turn everything on, bro. Because I kind of already saw that's the way they was going with it. So all the communities, the boycott, any of the black majority rooms that got a chat on, turned on, Kite Productions, News Title, whatever it is, right? If that community has a chat, it will show up in your DM. And when you go into that chat and you click it, it will take you back to the community. Yep. And you can turn it off, the notifications. It doesn't have to be on. You can turn off notifications per community, per chat, per post. You just got to go through the settings. It's just like any other social site, bro. You just got to fuck with the settings. You know what I mean?
Okay, but let me ask you this. Let's say me and you have a private conversation in a chat.
Oh, no. Yeah, okay. That's what you was asking me in the DM right now. It's just me and you.
Okay, got you.
Because you would have to actually include, just like any other personal chat, like, you know, the personal. That's why I mentioned the Twitter chats over here. It's just like the Twitter chats. So I would have to include you inside of that conversation of a group chat, which is possible too. You could create a whole new group chat, and jokers could just have group chats behind the group chat. You feel what I'm saying? Like on social, you don't even need a community to do that. You could do that in the background.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
So, you know, we got our own black network, y'all. Social, soxcial.com. I don't know of anything in the Jumbotron, because Twitter just made me do one of them Acaros tests or whatever, which is getting out of hand too. Okay, yeah, I guess it's posted. So get in the Jumbotron, y'all. We looking for content creators. We looking for moderators. We looking for admins. We looking for folks to come up and get this Black State information, reparations information. Let's go, man. So if you got 10,000 followers like News Title got already, and you bring all 10,000 over to social, and we need to start monetizing our talent, you'll be making $20K a month, man. That sounds pretty straight to me, because Spotify ain't paying the knack of nothing. YouTube barely pay. You're getting all these channel strikes and all this other stuff. We ain't striking nobody, because we doing our own shit. You know what I'm saying? Individual.
Okay, well, I got some questions. How black are we talking here?
Right. The operator, the owner is the host. I'm the administrator. There you go, folks. And I'm a knacker from New Jersey. So there you go.
Okay, well, I've spent 12 months on 3 different social media platforms now, and everyone throws the word black around. But when it comes time for an active discussion of our agenda going forward for the next 29 years or so, what we have left, optimistically, people tend to start pulling punches and soft shoeing and censoring and shadow banning. It gets a little sketchy as soon as we get talk about black power.
Well, like we usually talked about too, first meal of the day. What does black power look like to you? Just like I asked folks, what does reparations look like to you? I'm not against anything a black person want to do. And as long as it involves the uplifting of black people, why would anyone be against that? The only argument is
that's black supremacy. That's what it is. If you if you openly advocate for that on these social media platforms, all 22 of them, now it's a problem.
Okay. I'm on True Social, and I'm also on Steve Bannon's website. Which one is that? Getter or whatever? They consider white supremacists and all this other stuff. Nobody say nothing to them, and they got their own app and everything.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this. On Funded Socially. On Funded Socially, it's a Black American platform, and all we do talk about, to be quite honest, the whole point of it is, Black political speech. Now, we do have some entertainment and other things because we want to capture all of our people, all of our culture, all of our art, all of our intelligence as well. But there's nothing that is anti-Black power on the platform at all, to be quite honest. So what I would suggest is you go over there, create an account, look around, and then start posting. That's really all that it boils down to. It's very, very different. The energy's different over there, and people do post and people do comment and people do discuss things, but it's certainly not a platform that we're going to shut down anybody's point of view, to be quite honest. It's really intended for us to organize and to actually make something happen here.
Okay, well, I got some litmus test questions to prove that. Because this is not my first time at this rodeo at all. It's getting kind of tedious.
So hold on a second. Before you give a litmus test, won't you go sign up? Because you can't test us on what it is we're doing if you're not included. See that? So you can't compare us to African Diaspora News, Fan Base, or any other site. You gotta go see the social about this.
The litmus test is what I use before I hand over personal information or identifying information to strangers online.
Make a bootleg account. Hold up. Make a bootleg account and delete it if you don't like it.
What would be the purpose of that?
Because you still will have to come over there regardless. So why waste your time giving a test when you can come look at yourself and see yourself?
I mean, I plan to stand my ground on every single platform I already have access to, so I'll just add this one to the list. But if that's if it's supposed to be what it says on the box, that's what the litmus test is for. Like, if I ask basic questions that can be forensically proven, like what is the race of the ancient Egyptians? Are you still there?
We have a room over there.
Yeah, what? Come on, bro.
So if you want to go post that over there, you're welcome to post that over there, and I'm sure folks will challenge you in the comment section.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Yeah, but I'm asking the organizers of the room or the platform. I ask them directly when I get the opportunity, because they have access to my personal information no matter what.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let's, because I don't want to. I this is kind of derailing the point of the space here tonight. I can't imagine that these series of questions were asked to X or Twitter or Facebook or any of these other platforms. I just can't imagine that actually happened. So what I'm gonna say to you is this: feel free to sign up. Feel free to check it out. Nobody has your personal information. Trust me. Nobody cares. There's 600 plus members on there. I'm very busy in my personal and professional life. Unless somebody, and I only had one person since the thing's been up that said, "Oh man, I forgot my password. Can you tell me which email address I use?" And it took me a bit of time to even figure that out, to be quite honest. So it's all good. Nobody wants your personal information. You're not signing up with a credit card or none of that. It's just a platform, and you can post whatever you want to post. Now, it is community regulated. In other words, if someone's over there posting white penises, we're going to get rid of that person because we don't want that on the platform. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, you know what I mean? Because we didn't in rooms where they didn't spam the Jumbotron and weird shit like that. In other words, you'll get a sense of the vibe, And if you kind of feel like it's a place that works for you, great. If not, then that's great too, because there are people who do vibe with it. Again, it's not set up to be controlled by anybody. Um, there's not a whole lot of N words popping off over there, which I love that because it's a safe space in that sense.
Okay, but I've heard this pitch everywhere in all the black spaces. Like, everyone has the same pitch. They just don't live up to it. That's why I made the litmus test question.
Yeah, and I respect that. I respect your experience. You know, it's like everything. I've probably owned a dozen vehicles in my life, maybe a couple dozen. They're all cars, but they're not all the same, right? They all go from A to B, but they don't all get there in the same level of class and style or speed and whatever you want to call it, right? So the only way that you're going to know, as DJ said, is you got to get in it, test drive it, and see if it works for you. That's really that's kind of a lesson in life. No matter what anybody says, it really takes you to actually go and get involved and experience it for yourself to see if it in fact works out that way. I can tell you that I haven't had to remove anybody from the platform. Thank God. I haven't had to, no one's been reported, although anybody can report. No one's ever reported any content on the platform so far. That's a blessing. As far as I know, no one's even argued on the platform, as far as I can tell. We've had some really good conversations. They're free flowing. Oh my God, this shit is ridiculous. I got the Wi-Fi popping. I'm on the Wi-Fi. What the fuck? Let me turn this phone off the Wi-Fi. Yeah, that phone ain't even on the damn Wi-Fi. What are you doing here? You're killing me. Killing me, Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls.
Last thing we heard properly was we had some really good conversations.
And then when I come in, it don't bring me in as the freaking host. It's bringing me in as a, what is it? Oh, Michigan, Spring Lake, Michigan. It's right of a, damn it.
But share the room out, get in the Jumbotron, come up on social, y'all. Make sure y'all come right here in the purple pill right here.
Have to come up in here like this, man.
There right now. We have multiple communities. So say for instance, if you wanted to learn about your gun.
Oh, what the? Oh, you know what I gotta do? Oh, you know what I gotta do? I gotta delete. Damn it! I gotta delete freaking Oh man, that sucks. I gotta delete cache. Oh, let's do that.
Make sure y'all follow News Title on social. Let's go. Follow the Black State Room up on social, y'all.
Okay, so that's one of the litmus test questions that I purposely use. How much in U.S. cash dollars should be rightfully paid to the Foundation of Black American Descendants?
Oh my God, bro!
Like, that's a very specific lineage. That's a very specific debt.
Apps.
And when it gets evasive when you ask for that number.
I don't mind spending that number because I get the most pushback. So you can either follow two books. The Black Tax by Sean D. Rochester, which he says we should get 6.4 quadrillion and counting to this day, because every day that goes by they don't pay.
Let's see what happened. I cleared the data. What they do? They collapsed the app. See, that's what they don't do. That's what it was. They got a tag. They got it tagged, bro. Oh, see how they did it. See, now I get all this
Black Tax on inequality. Dr. Darity is basing his numbers
these
on
folks. Boy, they tagged me up. They tagged me up.
Era to right now, and he just upped it up another $2 trillion because of the recent inflation. So 16 trillion is on the table, and I'm arguing right now with our folks about Trump in the platinum plan. Trump offered $500 billion. He didn't call it reparations.
Yep, man.
He just said, "Hey, I got $500 billion for you." That's it. So my argument is, since we're staying home anyway, and we're not voting for the DNC and Biden, well, to make that a guarantee and we could get some money in our pocket, well, hey, Trump, we're going to stay home and make sure when it's all said and done, you sign over that platinum plan and double the funds to $1 trillion. Because we already see the United States government could do that. They cut a check during COVID for $1 trillion. We cutting all these checks for Ukraine, all these other places. It is what it is. Let me know if you're back to Black, but all I'm saying,
they're burying us. Bro.
I don't even think the number even matters.
They're
just sign the
burying
country
us.
over, or at least the black state side of it. You know what I'm saying? Just gonna side it over. White folks, when y'all ready to leave them states,
they're burying
y'all,
us.
We'll figure out some type of funding program to get you from Georgia to Idaho. You know what I'm saying? No problem. You know what I'm saying? Or from Mississippi to California if you want to go that way. You know what I mean? Whatever. You know what I mean?
I mean, you answered the question perfectly. That is the answer to the question. Hand the keys over to the country. It's not theirs. It belongs to foundational Black Americans. I'm not included. I'm a Black Carib migrant, and even I understand the math on that. Like, but by the way, another study. I think Darity was using minimum wage for 200 years, where he got that $16 trillion back owed value. He also calculated one for 40 acres and a mule. And in today's currency, before inflation and the pandemic, that was $22 trillion by itself.
Oh,
not the wages, just that. So it's absurd. You start at $30 trillion and end up at 1900s, according to my own calculations, based on what white immigrants got in the Homestead Act. One of them, they had 160 acres and mules. So they had 4 times what foundational Black American slaves received. So, and that was voluntary migration from Europe to the Americas. So double that.
They're not going to really give you anything. Goodness fucking gracious. When is that going to sink in? They're not going to give you shit. Oh my God. You see that motherfucker just collapsed on itself? Ah. Oh my God. Do you see they collapsed that? They collapsed that space. They literally collapsed it and made it. Oh wow. That's crazy. Oh, see, there we go. See, it went to recording. What the fuck? They're really tripping, bro. They are really extra tripping, man. Whoo! I did the whole shit too. I cut it off. I cleared data, and that actually got rid of the cache too. Let's respawn. Restart the device. I made sure I got the updated app. Got rid of the cache now, and that's what did it. See, that's what they want. That's what they want, man. It's at that point, the level of control over there is off the Richter scale. And I swear, man, this little copy and paste hates the word black so bad that this is just like rewriting this entire book. Just trying to copy and paste it. And sometimes it'll copy, but sometimes it won't. Well, that could be some type of weird hard break that was in there during the original typing, formatting, whatever. But it's just bad. This is really bad. Yeah, they crashed the space because I was in it, and then it showed me recording, and then I went back out, and then I was able to get back in, and then it went right to recording. So that's after I cleared the data and cache on my phone, because I knew that's what the tracking is. It's the data and the cache. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna try to restart it. See what happens, man. Where can I get the damn? Yeah, I'll just try to do it off of memory. Oh, it's already in here. Yeah, that shit's already in here. From the see, that's the whole thing, man. This should be keystroking, reading your keystrokes. That's how they can fucking fall back and remember what your fucking keystrokes is. That's why you know they recording everything. God damn it. You can't even, man. I swear to God, we in so much trouble. We in so much trouble. Oh man, the people have no idea how bad this is. What do I need? I need permission for the microphone. Oh boy. Yeah, and this X app is such trash. It's trash and dash. Alrighty, here we go. I'm gonna just skip that part. I'm gonna skip the invitations. Yeah, I know. I knew that. I said, okay, here we go. I'm gonna clear this data, and then bam, here we go. It's gonna be a problem. But I knew that. You know what I'm saying? Normally I do it outside, but I said, you know what? Fuck it, because I know this is the reason why. Because I'm only getting 3 minutes of clear talk. So that's a problem. I want to play this DeSantis because he actually is discussing how to get rid of these damn squatters. You know, this is how he talking about how to get rid of the squatters. So I think I may have to rewind this all the way to the top, but we're gonna let this run. What's going on, Black American Homeland? This is the second starting of the space because they already collapsed it because they were making it very hard for me to talk without being in the matrix. And I'm trying to get this second chapter copied while I do this too. But I'm gonna play this. I did send you the co-host. Oh damn, it just glitched me out. It literally kicked me out again. Goodness gracious, bro. What the hell? All right, let me add as a speaker. I'm gonna have to probably get you to take the co-host just so we can keep the space alive. Oh my God, people don't understand. This is minute in the grand scheme of things. Let me get a co-host up in here so I can at least try to hold on to this damn thing. And then I'm gonna play this DeSantis video about these squatters, and we can do that with that. Oh damn it! Oh man, see, it ain't even letting me go to that. Oh, okay, it is here. Yeah, invite to co-host. Okay, let's do that. Okay, get DJ up here as speaker. Okay, all right, I'm gonna run this DeSantis thing and then try to finish doing my copy and paste thing with the second chapter. Oh damn it, the volume wasn't even on. Holy crap. Okay, I think we're good now. Okay, here we go. This is DeSantis video. I thought this thing was talking the whole damn time. All right, here we go. I gotta rewind it though. It might be a commercial too. Yo,
you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait like 10 minutes. Let me get folks back in the room. Give me like 10 minutes. All right, we can play the video because you had like 15 people up in here.
Nah, it's cool. I mean, they could come in on it in the middle of it. This is out there. You know what I mean?
Go ahead.
Yep. All right.
It's great to be back here in Central Florida. I want to thank the State Attorney Andrew Bain for hosting us today. I also want to welcome Sheriff Dennis Lima from nearby Seminole County. We also have Representative Steele, Placencia, Amnesty. I saw True Now. I saw David Smith. So I've seen other folks too. Then we're going to hear from some other folks. Justin Milcarrick, Winter Park resident, and Flash Shelton from California is going to talk a little bit about why we're here. So we're here today because you assume in America, if you purchase a home and own a residence, that's your residence. That if you happen to maybe split time in Orlando and Michigan, that if you go to Michigan over the summer, people aren't going to be able to just move into your house and then claim squatters' rights on your private residence. And yet, in places like New York and California, that's exactly what's happening in this country. Homes are being invaded, and those states and their laws are not siding with the homeowners, they're siding with the squatters. In fact, we have seen squatters move in and claim residence. This forces a massive, long, drawn-out judicial review before they can even be removed from the property. These are people that never had a right to be in the property to begin with. Earlier this month in New York, a woman returned to a property she inherited to find squatters living there. She changed the locks to get them out, and the state of New York arrested her instead of the squatters. Just a few days ago, 2 squatters in New York City allegedly murdered the property owner when she confronted them for being in her apartment illegally. In fact, we even have illegal aliens taking to social media, instructing other foreigners how to come into this country and commandeer property. They have gotten involved in this. Well, today in the state of Florida, we say very simply, what passes muster in New York and California is not passing muster here. You are not going to be able to commandeer somebody's private property and expect to get away with it. We are in the state of Florida ending the squatter scam once and for all. And momentarily, I'll be signing HB 621, which will give the homeowner the ability to quickly and legally remove a squatter from a property, and which will increase criminal penalties for squatting. Now, we have not had the same type of issues here as you've seen in California or New York. Nevertheless, our laws were really geared towards this not necessarily being a fad. You know, this idea of squatting, you know, when you had the Old West and people would settle the West, you'd show up, there'd be a place, so people would settle. They'd create a community. Well, to have someone come 7, 8 years later and say they own the property after all this, you understood why, you know, that was done in that way. That was never intended to empower somebody to just invade some residential subdivision and illegally occupy somebody's private residence. So what we're doing today is recognizing that, but I think more importantly, providing very swift remedies, because what the squatters know is even when they're in the wrong, it's a massive process many times before they can be evicted. And a lot of times the process is very expensive. And so we don't want the law to have the thumb on the scale in favor of people that are violating the law. We want the law to have the thumb on the scale in favor of law-abiding property owners. And that's what you're going to see here with this piece of legislation. What you can do now, if you're the victim of squatting, you can simply fill out a form, give it to your local sheriff, and the sheriff is instructed to go and remove the people who are inhabiting your dwelling illegally. And that will happen very quickly. And I can guarantee you, it's just like you saw, I think it was a couple months ago, there was a discussion about some of these theft rings that happen, a lot of them with illegal aliens, and how people will steal in New York. Sometimes they'll try to come to Florida to spend the money, but they don't steal in Florida. And the question was, well, why don't you steal in Florida? And they said, because you go to jail in Florida when you do that. So I think it's going to be similar here. Yes, you're going to have really strong remedies so that if it does happen to you, they're going to be ejected. But the fact that you have those remedies, the fact that a Sheriff Lima can go in, send deputies, and liberate your residence for you very quickly, people are not going to want to even try this in the state of Florida. So I commend the legislature for this action. I think it's going to be something that is going to be very, very meaningful for this state. And look, you see these trends that happen in these other parts of the country. I think good leadership is looking and saying, okay, we're not going to repeat what is going on in these failed jurisdictions. And so the legislature was up to the task. And then here today, we're signing this into law is going to show that the state of Florida is up to the task. So I thank the legislature for what they've done. We believe in the rule of law. We believe in private property rights. We think it's good that people can aspire to own a home. You know, we even are proud that we've got a lot of seasonal residents here. You know, it's great that people will maybe decide to come to Florida for half the year. And if they do that and they go to the Northeast or the Midwest or even Canada, many people do, that their house will be left unattended. They're not going to have some rogue person move in and then try to assert rights against the lawful property owner. So the squatter scam ends today with my signature on this piece of legislation, and the state of Florida will be better for it. Now, we are going to hear from some folks here today. So first, we're going to hear from our great state attorney for the 9th Judicial Circuit, Andrew Bain.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you all for coming for this very important bipartisan bill signing. I'd like to thank the governor for taking the trip to Orlando, and I'd like to welcome here to our office. While I was an Orange County judge, I presided over the civil division for almost a year and a half. And almost every day, I presided over cases where property owners were trying to remove squatters from their homes. Imagine that you leave for vacation or take leave to take care of a sick family member, only to return home and find someone has taken up residence in your home. Then go through a month-long or more court proceeding to remove that squatter, and then be left with the bill to get your home back, that home that you worked so hard to purchase. Or you might live next door to a vacant home, and someone moves into it and turns it into a drug den, trap house, or brothel. Then starts the lengthy process of contacting the homeowner and that court proceeding that you just heard me talk about.
The Second American Civil War to make the Israel-Hamas conflict look
commercial. The volume is so much louder.
I long hoped that the legislature would do something to speed up this process, because this process was so outdated and draconian. This is why I'm excited that about this bipartisan bill that would give so much needed relief to the citizens of my circuit and to the state of Florida. Property ownership rights are one of the most important rights that we have in this country. Today is a big step forward in making sure that this injustice no longer continues. So I love this bipartisan legislation and this bill signing that we're having today to end this problem and scourge that we have in our community.
Okay, this thing goes on for another 10 minutes, but I wanted to play that, and that was just a black judge, I believe is what he said, after DeSantis went up there. So this is the governor, really the president of the state of Florida, but the governor of the state of Florida, who essentially saw a problem, he saw a need, and then the legislators got together, they wrote a bill, they passed that bill, bipartisan, and he just signed into law the fact that we're not going to let people come into our state, go into properties, set up fake leases, get utilities turned on in their name, and then claim ownership over that property. As insane as that sounds, that is how the country has been set up until, recently, I guess, when states like this will start to change those laws because they don't make any sense. But this is a really swift action by the governor of Florida. I know a lot of people have a problem with DeSantis, but I've used him as an example multiple times in these spaces because he just gets shit done. Some of it is anti-Black American. I get it. You got to take the good with the bad. However, in this situation, this is protecting property owners from these illegal immigrants and others showing up and just saying, look, I claim this. I'm trying to think back in the day, it was Punch Buggy, Clicks My Car, things of that nature. As kids, we would play about, this is my car, that's my car, whatever. Yeah, this is just utterly insane. But here's what can happen quickly if you have the state legislator on your side and you have the governor. So there's no reason why Black American leaders and politicians should not be telling Black American voters and citizens that, hey, we need to be the governors of these states. We need to move to the states where we can become the governors and the legislators so we can make laws happen very quickly to benefit our people. As I was saying earlier, if I had to depend on the legislation that has been passed over the last 6 years since I wrote that book, I would die. I would starve to death. My children would starve to death. There would be no future generations because there has been no legitimately positive legislation that has come out of anywhere at any level that benefits Black Americans. And how long can we go as a people, as a population, when all of the beneficial legislation, all of the beneficial policy is being geared towards illegal immigrants? There's no way we can eat and survive in a climate like that. Some sociopathic vote blue no matter who Democrat was trying to defend matter of fact, two of them trying to defend Clyburn. They started, we'll go to this website. He spent this many millions, and he spent that many millions, and he spent that many millions. Well, when you go to the website and you look at who the people are that got the money, 99% of those people are white. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? The contractors are likely white. Even when it did go to a quote unquote Black institution, it's likely that it's the white people that got the money to do the work. So like, this is where we don't get it. This is where there's a major disconnect in our people's understanding of politics, legislation, budgets, how the shit happens, how it works, how it's disseminated. It's because Clyburn sent, whatever, 10 million here, 100 million there, whatever. You got to go into that appropriations of money. You got to see where it was spent. You got to see who the money went to. And then you got to really just look at it and have discernment and say, well, who benefited the most? It's not the majority Black residents of the 6th district in South Carolina. No, it's the white minority citizens in the district that he's in, that he gerrymandered with the help of the Republicans to get that done, so that he and his seat are safe, and literally pushed out any opportunities for another Black American to become a U.S. rep in the state of South Carolina by essentially making sure that he's the only Black person with a U.S. representative seat in the state of South Carolina. That is corrupt beyond belief. That's, to me, is criminal. He should be locked up. And the fact that these people want to defend him, defend that behavior, and don't understand that there's a real need for us to have the same authority that DeSantis has, so that we can actually benefit our people. And I believe DeSantis is like second, third generation immigrant. Like, this is the problem. You got second and third generation immigrants coming into the country, and they're in the driver's seat, and our population is not. That's a massive problem that the average vote blue no matter who person doesn't seem to understand, because they've been sold the bad bill of goods that the president is the only thing that matters, and the president makes all the decisions, and that's just absolute BS. So yeah, what's going on, Black American Homeland?
Hey, how you doing, DJ? How you doing, Black? Yeah, hey, look, actually, I liked when you call the governor the president of the state.
Yeah.
No, I think I'm going to start using that because, our people have to understand that the governor is like the president. It's the president of the state, and that he is the, what do you call that? He's the commander-in-chief.
That's true.
Of the state defense forces and all those good things. So yeah, we have to understand all of that. So
yeah, someone was like executive whatever, and that's what I said in the response. I said the governor is the executive. Like, come on, man, let's get it together here. Let's figure this out. I mean, we could come together and figure this out together. It's not like we got to be always adversarial in the comments and in the posts and the re-quotes and all of that. We can just kind of be like, oh, okay, this is new information. I never really looked at it like that way, but that does make some sense. Yeah, it makes a hell of a lot of sense because that's just the way it is. The president can't do much in the state of Florida. The president couldn't have changed those squatter laws in Florida. Like, I mean, that's all you need to know. If you know just that, then you got the answer. You have the solution. The president of the United States could not change the squatter laws in the state of Florida or any other state for that matter. Like, that's all. That's it. That's all we should. That should be all that it takes to get people to understand what's going on here.
Hey, look, hey, Black, and these Democratic governors, right? I think they will be, hesitant to pass laws like what they're going to do in Florida because they would think it will go against Biden. So they're going to stay away from, they might do something after the 2024 election, but right now they're not going to touch, anything when it comes to, home ownership. Your Democratic governor. So yeah. Hey, actually today is Easter here, and
happy Easter, happy Holy Day for those who celebrate.
Look, 2 weeks ago, right? My wife and I, we to change the subject a little bit. My wife and I, we made a reservation at this buffet, right, for 20 people, and now it's up to 50 people, right? My wife has a big family, and
that's a bill.
And when the family hears that, Freddie's gonna pay for going out to eat, right? It went from 20 to 30 to 40. Now we're up to 50 people, and I told my wife, look, 50, that's it. It's only going to be 50. That's it. So look, like
that guy.
The dinners are about the buffet 1,000 pesos per person, which is $20, right? So 20 times 50.
That's $1,000, bro.
If you do the math, that's $1,000.
That's actually, $1,000, bro.
Actually, it's about $917.
Yeah.
So I wasn't really expecting to pay that much, but that's just something I have to do. So,
hey, what's up, Black American Homeland? I was gonna say that was your great. Congratulations on your anniversary. Everything is good over here, brother. Always consult with your Black American party planners because we would have told you have that party at the house. You know what I'm saying? You only spend $100, $200. You own the property. You know what I'm saying? You got the music. Go higher. Spend another 100 or 200 to get a DJ, so you ain't got to worry about that. Now you just say 600. You see what I'm saying? And look, now you can bring 100 people.
Look, but you gotta understand the way I am, man. I don't want a lot of people at my house, man. Cause now they're gonna be staying. They'll end up staying for days.
Oh damn.
So hell no. Yeah. So I'd rather take them out to eat. They see last year it was only 20 people, right? So I can deal with 20 people, but for some reason, it's 50. So okay, all right. I just told my wife, look, I do 50, but this is gonna be it. I'm not doing more than 20.
So yeah, it's all good, man. So it's the holidays, so yeah. But happy Easter to everybody if you guys celebrate that.
I don't celebrate, but happy Easter though.
Right. Hey, Black. I was gonna ask you, Black. Are you gonna? You say you doing the?
I'm doing my best,
trying
bro.
to do the
doing my
copying
best.
of the second chapter.
Yeah, I'm doing it as we speak. Trying to get everything organized and everything. Yeah.
Hey, one thing I noticed, right? I remember when I was doing this, like back in 2012, 2013. I noticed that I had to keep like your like the parentheses. I got a lot of parentheses all over the place, right? So keep those out. Keep your commas out. Your all these different parentheses and exclamation points and all that. Only put your periods, right? And I think it would be more smoother when that bot reads the chapter.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, you know what? So I'm under the after because this is like the second time we've done it, or maybe even the third because we did the Malcolm X stuff. I think the periods make it take a breath because I've got spaces. Yeah. I got spaces, but the spaces don't seem to make it stop reading. I think it does recognize there's a period and then it'll stop, take a breath, and then go to the next thing. But I think it's just the word black. I mean, everywhere, and there's some other weird things that's happening, but everywhere the word black is where it doesn't want to copy what's before that and what's after that. So that's the real issue. Because otherwise, with the Malcolm X stuff, I just copied everything on the page and then I just pasted everything. You know what I mean? And it was literally, it only took 2 seconds. This is like I got to do every paragraph, and then I got to go back and figure out at what point did it stop pasting and copying, and then I got to probably type like a line or two, and then I'm adding periods like where titles don't have periods, just so it'll stop and then catch a breath and then read more. So I think I got like 4 more pages on this chapter to copy and paste. And then I'm going to try my best to go back and see if there's anything that I may have missed, because I don't want to miss anything. And then we should be good. So, but I'm very, very close.
Right. Now look, chapter 2 is my most expensive chapter.
Wow.
What I mean by that, right, is that, I'm not a lawyer, right? But what I had to do to have confidence in what I'm saying, right? I had to, I had to go to lawyers and law professors, right? And try to in a roundabout way try to explain to them what I'm trying to do, right? And then they can say, okay, yeah, that's right, that's correct, or they can give me more information. I think I consulted with at least 7-8 lawyers.
Wow.
I talked to several law professors, bro. So yeah, chapter 2 was definitely my most expensive chapter, because when you put out this information, right, you're going to be dealing with other lawyers, right? Lawyers are going to read your work, right? Politicians, right? So you got to make sure you know your stuff, right? So yeah, so chapter 2 is my most expensive chapter, or what's the word? That chapter. I mean, you have to be precise and use the exact words, to explain what you're trying to say. So yeah, chapter 2 was my hardest chapter. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting, and man, kudos to you for even doing that type of due diligence. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I ain't do none of that. It was just like, because I'm just like, I'm being the voice of whatever whatever this is putting this desire in my head. I believe it's the universe, God's universe, but I'm like, let me just get this together and do ding, 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 and cite, boom, bam, bing, bang. And I put the citations right there in it. I didn't do like a bibliography. I just put them right there, in the text or whatever. And so yeah, I'm just like, it is what it is. And not really, I'm just thinking, if I can get the book out there and I can get a couple people and I can talk to the right people, which is Think and Grow Rich. Napoleon Hill, I believe, is the author of that, right? You manifest, if you know about Dianetics or Scientology, depending on how you want to look at it, but it's essentially you manifest reality and you focus on it until you meet the person who can actually financially fund that endeavor and make it happen. And that's essentially the path that I've kind of been on, because it really is 6 degrees of separation until you get to 3 degrees, 2 degrees, 1 degree, and then the person who can actually implement this situation. So that's essentially where I think, if I'm being honest with myself, being in these spaces, talking to different people, presenting this information, is you're looking for that one person who knows that other person who's saying, I'm ready to make something happen. I got the financial wherewithal, or I have the connections to make it happen. And we can take this information and start to make it happen in reality. And I don't think there was a couple of times where I thought, man, we're like right there. We're like 1 degree away from that person. And that may still be true, and there may be the missing ingredient of actually getting on the ground, getting a couple of people elected. Just found out, shout out to Marcel Dixon, there's another Black American Party that he actually is running under this time around. So he's running as an independent, according to him. And I want to say it's the United Citizens People Party. I'll have to find it, put it on. But at any rate, a Black American woman in South Carolina created this party. She ran under the party. I guess this was back in the 60s, I want to say. Never heard of it, obviously. Other people have ran under it. And Cornel West, of all people, actually, this party is the party that got him on the ballot in South Carolina for his presidential run, because they have this history legacy of running candidates in that state. So I do want to find that, and we can actually, maybe we'll play a video about that party, just so we'll have an idea of what the history is and what this woman did and how she developed it or whatever. I think that'll actually be pretty cool to have that. So yeah, so it is the United Citizens Party. They had an event 3 weeks ago for they were hosting Cornel West. So yeah, let me see if I'm gonna just try to find if I can find like the history of this party. Maybe we can play a video of it. Hopefully it'll have some information on it here. Cause they're gonna bury this shit. While we're waiting, let me play the Cornel West thing where he, at least thanks to people for, I guess, putting them on the ballot.
When my dear brother Reverend Nellum says that he's radical, which means getting at the root of things. That's right. For me, what's at the root of things is always how real is your love for the people?
Amen.
And you begin with the people who are catching the most hell.
Right.
See, part of our problem in the last 50 years is that even the DEI programs, they benefited certain slices of black people.
Oh, yeah.
And they have left out
So many.
the least of these, and their lives are just precious as anybody's life anywhere in the world. You see, so that the black middle class is doing very well, and that, God bless them, because they deal with white supremacy and so forth. But if they remain self-satisfied and can't deal with the precious black, poor, and working people, then they've already become so well adjusted to injustice that they've turned their backs. So that brother, Larry Lucas and Michael Stovall, I don't know if you all know them, they head the Black Farmers Association.
Yes, sir.
And it's important we make these kind of connections across state lines, because they're putting the Department of Agriculture.
Yes,
I've been working with them, and Brother Stovall went with me to Mississippi, even though he's from Alabama. Why? Partly because my great-grandfather was a black farmer, James West. They have a little hamlet, Hamburg, Louisiana. My mom was born in Crawley, my father was born in Alexandria. So that I remember as a little boy going to his farm. And I remember the tremendous sense of dignity and pride that he had, and the required knowledge and skill. Now, he never went to college, but the college went through him.
That's right. Come on.
Which is to say, he was self-educated. He was self-motivated. And I do believe that reparations is crucial, because you can't talk about truth, justice, and love without you tell the truth about the history of the country and the nature of the damage and what kind of repair is required. Now, it's not a payback, because you never be able to pay back.
That's right.
All the bones at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, slave ships.
Middle passage.
Exactly. So we ain't talking about no bill payback.
Yeah.
See what I mean? Folks hanging from the southern trees, lynching, that he can't bring folks back. But we talking about justice. But even that, for me, is a separate path than what I call the abolitionist program. Here I'm coming from Fannie Lou Hammond and Martin King, right? I want to abolish poverty. I don't care what color you are. If you're a citizen in the richest nation in the history of the world, you shouldn't live in poverty.
That's correct.
Reparations is an addition to that.
Yes.
See, because reparations are for those who were non-citizens. They were for those whose labor was the precondition for any talk about America. You wouldn't have had America without the slave labor. But you wouldn't have had America without the stolen land either. See, so I don't downplay my indigenous brothers. They don't have to be in the room for us to tell the truth about their suffering.
They are in the room. That's the other thing. That's again a big misconception. That's all, most of all of us.
All of us.
I don't do the Wahoo Daniel. I'm telling you, I go back 4th generation. My mother isn't old enough to do this.
Yes.
And again,
no, you go break that down.
The thing is, when I say that, I don't mean that we don't know that.
Oh man, see, they cut him. The black man was in there talking about we the indigenous folks. It's us. Oh man, they cut him out. They cut that little video at that. But shout out to Cornel West. He was talking a little reparations there and said that's in addition to this, but then he always got to squeeze in everybody else in there. Because that's the finesse. That's where they try to finesse racist, neoliberal, white Americans on the Democrat left-leaning side. They try to finesse them with that. It's all people. It's this coalition talk, which has never benefited Black Americans. And he even started by saying that, and then he switched to that again because they're programmed to throw that in there. It's irrelevant in a room full of Black Americans in South Carolina. That's irrelevant. And then the brother, without being too hostile, trying to correct and direct the conversation, and then the video unfortunately does clip off. But yeah, that's the United Citizens Party, which got him on the ballot, which I believe Marcel, according to his post, is now running under in South Carolina. And what is their logo, which I had a whole I swear to goodness, I had a whole conversation about this in the DMs. Their logo is the scales, which I started using the scales when I really started looking at symbols. What symbol really means the most, and it's the symbol of justice, and which is the scales or the symbol of justice. That's really what the whole key of it is. Now, me seeing that this particular party uses that as their symbol, that is a powerful connection for me right there, because that's really what the whole point of it is. It should all be about justice. You throw up the fist, well, don't throw up that fist unless you're really ready to go to war. Don't don't sit there and throw up that fist if you ain't really about that life, in my opinion. I'm just not really I'm not for it when it comes to that. But
hey, Black.
Yeah.
Hey, Black, do you know any Black American politician in history, in the past, in the present, that had that advocated for a Black agenda, but was able to still be supported by white people? Because I think that's the hardest thing to balance, right? To have a Black agenda, but you still want that white support, because white, they kind of control the purse, and they make and enforce the laws. So you have to try to figure out how to maneuver between the two. What's the word? Between the two, and most Black American politicians were unable to master this balance, and so I can't think of one Black politician that mastered the balance between advocating for Black agenda and policy and still having support from whites.
Yeah, because the two are diametrically opposed to each other. So you're probably never gonna see that. You can see them cosplaying and pretending and using the talking points, but does that manifest itself in actual policy? Very unlikely. And what are they going to say? Oh, the Republicans are the reason, or we don't have enough votes, or there's always going to be some excuse that in the past we have essentially let them off the hook and allowed them to excuse their way out of the full responsibility of uplifting, repairing, protecting our population. We can't let these people have excuses, because that's all they know. All they know is we got to have an excuse. We got to tell them it was this, tell them it was that, show all this money that this person, got to spend in their district. But when you look inside the numbers and you look inside the district and you see where the money's going, very quickly you realize that 90+% of that money is going away from Black Americans. So why does it even matter that this Black face in the highest place has been getting money to spend in that district when none of it's flowing to the Black American citizens in that district? That's really what it's been. It's been a lot of excuses and deflections, and it's the Republicans' fault. And that's all BS. Total BS. So this.
Hello, Rella. I didn't know Rella was here. Hello, Rella. How you doing?
Hi, Black American Homeland. It's good to hear from you. Hey, Black. We were I was hosting with Mel and Trouble. I was having a decompression conversation.
Yeah, I feel you. Let me get this in, and then you could keep the conversation going. So this woman, Victoria D. Lee, I do have a video of her. She established this party, United Citizens Party. It says in 1971 she ran for Congress under this party. She got almost 10% of the vote. Wife and mother. There's a whole spiel here on her, you know, her, I guess, her history, her life, and everything that she.
You robot, Black.
Okay, all right. I'll bounce in and bounce back. That's why I went out in the first place, to get rid of the roboting. Like, come on, man. This is getting to be beyond what I can actually do.
2, 3. I'm gonna just call him Mr. Tony. Brother Moon, DJ. Hey, DJ. He's so quiet. What you over there doing?
Retweeting the Black State Radio out like everyone else will be doing when you come up ahead. How you doing?
Good. How are you? You sound like you had a cold.
No, I'm just over here chilling, laying back, smoking. That's it. You know what I mean? That's the only cold weed. This weed, sister. You know
oh my gosh! Shout out to I see Ruby. Oh my goodness! I see Ruby. Favor Joe, Star Curtis, and Professor. I see you down there in the cut.
But now I do got allergies though. It's been like really, really bad up here lately in Jersey. Like the allergies, like the weather, everything. It's everything. Plus the weather.
Do you got allergy medicine? Like Zyrtec or something?
I try to stay away from that. Mainly just do like the nasal spray or whatever. But it's just really the weather around here. And like it's cold 1 minute and it's hot as hell the next up here in Jersey. I don't know what the hell's going on around here.
Well, get you some oil of oregano if you can. Some black seed oil if you're not going to take no antihistamine. So at least you can take something natural.
Right, but the other thing is too, I deal with the acid reflux, the IBS issues. It's always an issue, you know what I mean? So it's like, is it an allergy problem or is my stomach hurting? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, or a combination of both, you know what I mean?
Understand.
Hey, DJ, how old are you? I mean, you don't have to answer that question.
Nah, I ain't scared of that. I'm 44. Just turned 44, y'all. A young man. Another year around the sun.
Hey, wow. You live in Jersey?
Yes, sir.
All across America, they got local honey. Local honey, you get rid of them allergies.
Nah, you know what it is, and it's kind of my fault why I got this little allergy problem because I fell off on my smoothies. You know what I'm saying? I was doing all the honey, the fruit juicing, and I was doing that, and I never had no problems. Fell off, y'all.
Pollen, straight pollen. It looked like little pellets. They look like little yellow pellets. Get straight pollen and put it in your smoothies.
Yeah, I've seen that before too at the health food store.
Echinacea, pollen. What else? Fuck them allergies up where you don't have to take Benadryl.
I started because I get really bad headaches from the pollen. And I end up taking like Zyrtec, but I realized I started taking the oil of oregano, and it seems to keep me from getting sick. So, and my son, he has it really, really bad. His whole face actually swells up, like he got like somebody beat him up.
Just to reiterate, because I don't want to turn this into a health space. That's another day. So acid reflux will cause you to have allergy problems, dry nose, ear infection, you know what I'm saying, sore throat, kind of like I got. So I've been dealing with this for a long time. So it's just like, I know it's not all the way allergies, but it's causing like an allergy or allergic reaction. Plus the weather. You go outside, coming from a warm environment, and you go outside and then you come back, it's just like you sick for some weird ass reason around here. Plus the area, and I live in a congested area where it's transit, trucks, you know what I'm saying? I'm near the city, all types of vapors coming around here. There you go. Keep that air purified.
Well, I hope you feel better.
No, I'm actually fine. It's just got the, you know what I mean?
Hey, really, you didn't have this problem when you was in California, right? The pollen
problem with
No, I didn't even know I had allergies until I moved to Virginia.
Hey, Rob, it's totally different environment. Oh, my bad. But hold on, real quick, my bad, Black America. We had this conversation before. I never had allergies until I moved to DC.
Yeah, we did. I remember I was sick when we had it.
Dude, what the hell is Johnny grass? I never heard of that type of weed. That's in DC, growing around regularly.
I think Black, are you back? I'm sorry, we didn't took this space talking about.
Oh no, that's cool. I'm trying to get this second chapter together. So yeah, if you want to just talk about what was going on in that space, I know there was a bunch of spaces earlier. I had planned this title. I try to do my titles like on Thursday or whatever, but the title of space is what it is. Biden said, not the OMB, but the Biden administration said, you are one big black global King Kong. And they're not going to give you this specificity, this power, this ability to, protect and prosper your own population. You're going to be lumped in and you got to deal with that. And earlier I was saying how if my life depended and my children and my grandchild life depended on any type of beneficial policy over the last 6 years, we would be starving. We would likely be dead by now. So the question becomes, and that's the part I didn't put on there. What now? I got to add that. Yeah. What now? Where is the beneficial policy? Because everything is crumbling all around us in real time. And I believe that voting, these fake black majority voting districts are the next thing to be taken off the table.
When I was in Shut Up Space, I made the point of reference to point out my issue personally with what I read from the report and how I see that questionnaire being put up when they're, of them actually lumping us all under one. And, people were arguing, and then and it wasn't just, you can hear the pain that all of us really have in what's happening to us, right? And shout out to Muko, really highlighting the expression of, the racism and white supremacy victims of being victims of it and what it looks like. Because regardless of what our positions are, people's classifications, the OMB did pretty much call us one big black King Kong. And at the same time, in my submission, I felt like they erased also our ability to define ourselves, which I think should have been the ultimate goal, but we couldn't get past all of the infighting to get to that point. And then also realizing the OMB wasn't for or about really reparations. It was really the classification piece. And that's what, and I'm talking about race classification, what we really should have been having discussions about. And hindsight is 2020. It's one of those things where we either going to learn our lesson and, really start to get into the mode of practicing the Black majority state movement and really getting on the ground with it. Because if we have to protect ourselves, what is that really going to look like in the conditions of everybody's lives? Because the people in office right now are telling us pretty much F you.
Oh my God.
That's really what they're saying.
That's 100.
They're saying F you, and we don't have nothing for you. We're not going to give you anything. And we're like, okay, at this point, just trying to find someone to blame. And it's just not
Damn
good,
it, bro. Oh
in my opinion. God. I just think we have to be. And I said that to myself because I did get upset. I got upset because there was too many dynamics happening in that space. Even I know Shut Up and Sunny, definitely shout out to them. Pride themselves of getting everybody into one space, but it was chaotic. It was chaotic, and it makes it difficult to have conversations when, people kind of detract, call you out your name, and, try to pull away from having a discussion. So, we got a lot of work to do. I think, and socially and on the ground, we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, so they said, fuck y'all, we ain't giving y'all shit. That's literally what they said. And it really is that simple and that direct. I popped into that space and I was in there for about 30 seconds and I was like, let me get the fuck out of here. Because I couldn't even understand because there was like 30 people talking at once. All I heard was, what was it? Bed? What was it? Mammy? I think mammy was the word that kept. I was like, what the fuck? Let me get out of here.
Yeah. Steven and I think they called me D. I think that was the guy. He was getting upset. He called all of the women mammies.
Oh my God.
And they support the Democratic Party, and again, that in itself equally is a problem, because they support the Democratic Party so blindly that they're like, well, we're not going to really look at what we haven't gotten. We're just going to be glad that they haven't kind of put us back in chains, because that's what the Republicans are going to do. Like, that's their talking point.
My God, bro. Damn. I'm so glad you said that like that, because I was saying earlier all it is excuses and deflections. But that is very, 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 very directly to the point of how these people think. And that is depressing. And that tells me that and I was saying earlier in the space how I used to, when I wrote the book, I thought 25% of the people would want to get active, would want to get busy, would want to make shit happen. And being on these spaces, I'm I wanted to say 10, I'm down to 5%. And that's really sad. That means that in any space, it's likely only 5% of the people in there that is legitimately wanting shit to change. The rest are kind of just either they're cool with how things are because their life is okay, or like you just said, they're glad they're not in fucking change, which is really sad. That's depressing to me. They really don't want to upset the apple cart. It's going to get a little rocky, bumpy, whatever, but they going to hold on and they going to ride it out. And that's just that shit ain't going to work this time. I mean, that's what I'm really trying to say, from not just wherever you're at, your city, your county, your state, your region, the country, globally, that shit is not going to work out. There's global shit in the pipeline that's saying that is not going to work this time. And the Democrats ain't going to save you. And I'm going to be honest, the Republicans ain't either. It's us or nothing. And I'm gonna stick on 5% because I really believe that 5% of us really will do what it takes, which it ain't gonna take much. All you gotta do is fucking move. And if that makes your lifestyle a little uncomfortable from what you're used to, so be it. But that's only going to be for a temporary time period. Everything else is temporary at best. Is trying to fill in gaps in the dam that's going to break with bubble gum and shoestring, quite literally. And for the people who are in positions, they already got money, they already got connections, they're good, so they don't really care about what happens to everybody else. I mean, that's how life always will be and always has been. But for those who really, really want to make shit happen, I am a person who's very rational, and I look at everything as best I can. I trust the information. I trust in God so much. I swear to God, in my personal life, professional life, whatever, where I just had a situation where this state was literally going to strip an asset away from me that I've already paid in 50,000 plus, that potentially could bring in, $500,000 in revenue. And they were going to just simply strip it away from me for an administrative reason, which is total fucking BS. The attorney was like, man, there's nothing we can do. And I said, whoa, let's slow that down, because we need to get the ACLU involved. We need to start talking about protected class. We need to start talking about the fact that this state of this particular asset, it's, I guarantee, less than a fraction of 1% of Black Americans even have it. And if they have a system in place that literally is going to shut us out, that shit is unconstitutional, period. That's the state constitution. That's the federal constitution. So we need to be thinking like this from a whole different angle. And then the next day, I got a letter, or I got an email from him saying, I can't believe this happened. They are giving you the opportunity to extend this thing another year. Now, the price on that, ridiculous. Like fucking ridiculous. I could have bought a used vehicle for that, for the price of that. However, God is good all the time. All the time, God is good. It opened the gates so that they couldn't just take it away. Because that's what they want to do. They just want to take shit away from us. And then if we don't really understand what's going on, it's just like, damn, it's just another Black business that's just gone, period, just done. And nobody cares. We got to be fighting constantly. And I don't think everybody's up for the fight, man. You know, I don't think everybody wants to fight. I think people just want to talk about it. It's like spectators, right? So there's a fight. Gladiators in the fucking ring, lions, they got knives and shit. They fighting to the death. Everybody's in the stands just cheering. And that's what I think is going on. And it just kind of is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a negative thing, I guess. If you're comfortable, you're comfortable. If you don't want to fight, you don't want to fight. But like, we got to find the people that really do want to fight, because like these C40 cities, these C40 cities all over the planet, they want to eliminate meat. They want to eliminate your ability to eat meat. They don't want to be able to sell meat. You ain't gonna be able to buy meat and dairy, which is cheese and fucking ice cream and all kind of shit, whatever comes from cows, I guess. But I gotta assume that means chickens too, eggs. You won't be able to eat that. It's gonna be lab grown meat. It's gonna be a crime to eat meat. Man, people don't even know what the plans are. And I try to post the shit, repost shit like, hey, this was, hey, you know, do what you do. If you think like the only thing to worry about is what's in your face, you got to really, really wake up to this shit, man. This shit is bizarre, but it's real. And the people that got the money are pushing this shit. People that got all the fucking resources, they're pushing it. You know, like, I posted this quick ass video about and we know them East Indians, Asian Indians, then got into South America. They got this country, and they discovered all this fucking oil. Now Venezuela's like, whoa, that's our oil. That's Big Brother next door. They like, we taking that shit. They're like, no, we gonna defend ourselves. So they need somebody to come in. But these globalists are telling them, whoa, slow down, Sparky. You about to pump all this shit into the atmosphere. We can't let you do that. We can't let you do what we did for the last 100+ years. We can't let you make the money off the resources you got in your ground. So we gonna tax you to stop you from being able to utilize your resources. This is what is going on, right? This is total control of a small ass nation's resources. Like, man, okay. Brother Moko got it.
Yeah, go ahead, Moko.
Man.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Shouts out to you, Black Majority, for bringing up this topic. And ultimately, you know, what Black Majority saying is he's talking about mistreatment. You know, forcing you to anyone to do anything that is not even morally right, something that they wouldn't even do to themselves. that in itself is mistreatment. So again, this elaborate and elegant way that you have painted this picture out, we are the victims of this abuse. You feel what I'm saying? Ultimately, me, DJ, we have held spaces in the past about your food being your medicine, but if you have a black majority state where you are the majority, guess what? You can protect yourself from this.
Yes, sir.
And no company, no corporation could come in and force you or make it against any law to do anything that you don't approve. This is a form of protecting ourselves. And again, shout out to the Redemption Party. It doesn't make sense to when you have a black majority state, and when you are the majority in your state, no federal government, no other government can tell you how to protect that state. And words are very important when you're trying to get this type of solution. It's a process that you have to go through that cannot be ignored when you're talking about this, which why black majority is always talking about, migrating. Look, if you don't live in a black majority state, get to the closest one that you're near. This is part of the process that it takes to get to what we're talking about, and what he discussed so many nights, so many Saturdays. The black majority state, what he wrote a book about. This is not impossible. I do trust that it is necessary to get to a complete system of justice. Again, just like in the last space, we have to constantly talk about what that system of justice looks like and what it entails. And I trust that we are the ones to, definitely, we're the ones to definitely get that system started and maintaining it. To the title, Biden said, "You are one big global King Kong. What now?" We need not to forget that Biden is a student and fucking worshiper of Strom Thurmond.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't take it should not take more than one time for you to know that shit is shit. Okay? What I'm saying is this. In other words, once you see shit and you know what shit is one time, it only should take that one time. You shouldn't have to put it up to your nose, put your nose in it, dip your finger in it, taste it. You shouldn't have to do that at all, ever. I wouldn't suggest it, but you should never have to do that. But we got some people that are just addicted to skipping over the process and trying to get straight to the solution. Like a solution is just going to appear out of thin air. No solution has ever been reached without going through a process.
Amen
okay,
to that, bro.
So we can't skip through the process.
First,
you have to identify yourself. Why, Brother Muko? Because the OMB and DEI, they already showed you and told you, nigga, we doing our job. Y'all just one big King Kong. Y'all wasting your time, and we already wasted damn near 2 years arguing over I'm a freedman, I'm a Negro, when both a Negro and a freedman are still being harmed by racism, white supremacy. So ultimately, all you're arguing about is being a victim of racism, white supremacy. Now, once we get past that, then you can move, and this is going to take codified action to a black majority state. Like my man, like one of my close brothers that I met in person only one time is making a move to do now. You feel what I'm saying? This is going to take a collective action, meaning individual. Okay, we might not be together. Me and my man in 2 different fucking states. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, both of them are in here. You know what I'm saying? We from 2, 3 different fucking states. But guess what? We codified in action because we're not confused about what racism, white supremacy is, and we ultimately understand that, yo, we ain't even qualified to be in a race. The only race we qualified to be is victim of racism, white supremacy. We need to stand on that, and I suggest, just like I did in the last space, I'm being a practicer of what I preach, because I said I need to start repeating this, and I suggested this to fellow victims of racism, white supremacy, that they need to start repeating this, so I'll be the first to repeat this. Race classification is only in place to practice racism, white supremacy. So does it make sense, logically, for the victims of racism, white supremacy, to be arguing about being classified as a race? Now, I want you to sit and ponder on that question for a minute. Because if race classification is only in place for you to harm me, why am I fighting to be classified as a goddamn race? I'm already classified. I'm a victim. So for victims to get the repair that they need to first identify as victims. Okay? Fuck what Brother Muko is saying. This is according to evidence and according to logic.
Man,
and logic is the leader.
Logical was a motherfucker right there.
If you want to argue with it, find the leader, logic, and you argue with logic. And after y'all argue, you come back and tell me who won. I'll land it.
Man, that is logical as a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, at this point, yeah, there's been, and I think Ms. Rella spoke to it too, there's been a lot of these fights, is the best way I'm gonna say it, you know, and arguments and conversations, and there's a point where it becomes, okay, let's get the people who are sincere to get together and have these conversations and hopefully hash it out and come to an agreement, whatever, if that's togetherness or if that's separate, so be it. But then everything after that becomes all entertainment. It just becomes entertainment. Let me get the most people in the spaces and let's just talk about this over and over and over and over and endlessly talk about it. But then the end result ends up being that the people who oppress, marginalize, disenfranchise you continue the process of oppressing you. So why and how do you get to the place where you say there's going to come a time in this reality where these people who keep smacking you every chance they get are gonna then turn around and give you what they owe you? Where is the logical connection from everything that's just even happened over the last year to that? I mean, you know, it's like, I think that there is this, because I've been really listening in the spaces just to listen, not to respond or grab the mic and whatever, just listening. And I think the attraction of whatever the dollar amount that reparations is so overwhelming that people lose a sense of reality simply thinking about that pot of gold at the end of whatever this process is that we're going through. My question is, where is the evidence that leads people to continue to think that there's going to be something at the end of the process, when every single time that we've come up against these people, the answer has been no. No.
I want to say something too, because what was it? What's his name? Gerald? No. What was the guy that did the niggas for Trump? Him. So he was in the States and he was like, well, you know, on the Republican side, there are Republicans who, you know, who are talking about reparations and they're having the discussion about reparations. And everybody in the room was kind of like, wait, what? Even Mark was quiet. Mark even got quiet, and didn't even back him up on that. Because, and I want to say this, it is not a shade to like what Mark is doing down in Chicago or anything. It's to really put, a perspective on when we're having these conversations about reparations. No politician is actually putting legislation forward. And I think the other Democratic supporters was like, well, they got HR 40. Well, HR 40 is a bipartisan bill that needed edits based on information that was changing and new information that was coming about, and understanding that when John Conyers introduced the bill, they never got to move the bill forward because he got sick. And so now you're at a space where this bill just sat for years and no one picked it up until the movement of reparations started happening, and Sheila Jackson Lee took it upon herself to position herself to say, oh, look, I have this bill called HR 40. No, you have a bill that has been sitting. Anyone could have picked it up, and no one did until she did. So when you hear people who are trying to, I think, persuade or manipulate people to vote a particular party or move in for a particular party, I think that's the wrong thing to do. I think the right thing to do is to have the conversation about, we know Democrats in office have been harming us, but we also know equally that there has not been a Republican to actually thwart or to actually protect us from those harms or provide any any other conditional situation that actually benefits us. Those are conversations that's how we should really be opening the gate for those conversations. And I stood full chested and I said, you're not going to see me take a picture with Rudy Giuliani after the stuff he did up in New York with stop and frisk.
Amen to that,
I'm
bro.
just not doing that.
I'm not taking no pictures
So
of these motherfuckers.
People are going to
I'm saying,
do
bro,
what they
I
want to
can't
do
do
to
it.
try to, I think, get access, but they don't want to have accountability on how they get that, right? So then they want to kind of defend themselves when we start having conversations. But then when you really realize there are no conversations around putting legislation up in the first 100 days in regards to repairing us from the standpoint of the things that we need in our humanity, since here in our own country, that is not being happening. Let alone the conversation of reparations. I have not seen it. Matter of fact, a representative before, my situation became my situation now, I met with a representative Loudon, and she was like, well, we need to not call it reparations. We need to call it something else because the Congress won't hear it if it's named or called reparations. And I just looked at her and I said, well, that's not true, because there's a list of communities that are being represented even right now that ran on or have the word reparations in bills for them. It's the right people. And it let me know that, again, we need representation that's going to speak this language, that's going to put this stuff on the books for us. And we don't have that right now. We just don't.
Well, didn't Clyburn say that? And he was like the third highest ranking member at some point, right? Or at one point.
I think majority. He's the majority whip, and even he ignored it. But he ignored it though when we were in the city council meetings, and we were bringing that up. Even when we went down to South Carolina to meet with a couple of people down there, he ignored it. He didn't even. He mentioned HR 40, but he mentioned it as if something is not. It's not on his radar. That wasn't his concern. And that is a shame, because you're talking about someone that's been in office for 30 years. He's been in politics for over 30 years in his position. And it's so disgusting. It really is.
Yeah, and you know, there was reports that he may not run, yada yada bing bang, but I think he actually has flipped that. And I don't know how long back ago I had saw that report that he is running. He's running again. You know what I'm saying? So he has no intention of leaving that space, leaving that spot. I don't know if he's. See, I thought he did give up whatever, not power that he has, but that seat that he had. And
I thought he was giving it to his son. I thought his son was going to run.
How old is this man now, y'all? How old is this dude?
Clyburn is oh my God, is he almost 80? Is he almost 80?
So he's in his 80s. He's in his 80s. He's about like 84, 85 years old.
Man, I haven't heard from you in a long time, man. It's good to hear you.
It's good to hear from you, Black American Homeland, man. I've been missing all y'all, and but look, I ain't gonna take over Black Space, man, because we got some good stuff going on in here, and I'm kind of sitting back just listening, and but I wanted to chime in on this Clyburn because to me, him and Joe Biden, these are people that need to be out of office because they are holding positions where we need to put younger people in. And I'm talking about people that look like us, that have the fire, that wants to represent what we're trying to get done here. But he's playing right there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Ballotopedia. He's running uncontested. Now, I found this report. Yeah, he's running uncontested as a Democrat in the 6th district. They got 3 on the Republican side. The guy with the picture's black, and then they got Marcel with the United Citizens Party. So the good thing for Marcel is running as an independent. He'll be on the ballot come November. You know, but are these people going to, you know, vote outside of the Democrat Party? It's highly unlikely. But yeah, it's basically a 3-way race between black people. If this other black Republican wins his primary. Their primary is on June 11th this year. But yeah, Clyburn's running uncontested this time around. Now I did find this report. It was ProRepublica, which is some you know, I'm sure you've heard that name before. But they essentially said Clyburn sent one of his staffers to negotiate with the GOP in order to gerrymander his district in such a way that it would squeeze out the opportunity for any other Black Americans to win in a other district, not in the 6th district, you know, so that the 5th district, let's say, could actually have a Black American win in that district.
District Mike Black.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Okay, let me go in and out. Okay, Brother Mucko got it. I'm going to go in and go out. That's what they do. They keep fucking with the mic. They won't stop. They won't stop. They won't stop. They won't stop. Come on, bros. Give me back. Give me back. Give me back to where I need to be. Y'all tripping up in her. Okay.
Fear with Jim Clyburn, the older Black Americans are going to vote for him only based on name. And that's where our biggest issue is our older Black Americans will continue to vote for somebody like him.
Professor, can you hear Brother Muko?
I can't hear him.
No, I can't hear him.
Okay. Drop the phone. I'm gonna bring you back up because it might be your mic.
Hey, I can't hear Muko either.
Yeah, me neither.
You can't hear me? Okay,
Muko.
Because I can hear Muko.
Okay, I can hear Muko. Check for updates on your phone. Check for updates on your phone. Twitter updated day before.
I was just about to say, I was just about to say, I just updated my shit. My shit should be straight. And I was just about to call DJ name, and he came off his mic.
Now, I hear Buko now. See, that's
okay. There you go.
That DJ love. That's all. See that shit, bro?
Don't blow your head up already.
Yeah.
My bad, Buko, man. I didn't mean to talk over you, Buko.
Nah, that's cool. It's all. I thought you could hear me because your question was actually what I was about to address. You know, as far as the solution, you know, we already saying that, you know, this white supremacist system, and this is including all of their organizations, their offices, and all of the whole kit and caboodle. We already see that it's set up and designed for our mistreatment. You know what I'm saying? Look, you went to the office of the OMB, which was the quote-unquote race classifiers, to, hey, look, we want to be classified as this. And, you know, look, you just got the proverbial door slammed in your face. All of us. I'm not outside of this, okay? But this is the importance, and I trust is the solution, you know what I'm saying, according to evidence and according to logic. Classify yourselves. I don't care what you put in the application, what you putting your name on, whatever you putting it on, and they got that block. What are you classified as? Scratch out other, and in that line, put victim of racism, white supremacy. Because look, this is what it's going to do. And I'm telling you from my experience, because I'm not going to suggest something that I don't practice, okay? What it has done from my experience is it has caused them to ask me questions. Oh, so I'm just asking to be curious. This is how it's going to come off. Okay, be curious. What's the victim of racism, white supremacy? Me. Oh, well, why did you write that? I tell you why I write it. You know what I'm saying? I'm in a system that is a system of people who classify themselves as white, and they are dedicated. And they are dedicated to mistreating and subjugating people that they classify as non-white. And if I'm in their face, you know what I do? I raise my hand sarcastically like I'm in a class, and I say ding, 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 to let them know that that's me. That's why I'm writing this on this, because that's what I classify myself as. I'm not going by your rules, because your rules and your organizations that made these rules already showed me that, look, they don't apply to you, nigga, because guess what? I know what you want to be classified as. Why? Because y'all did a petition, and I got the paperwork, nigga. White supremacy always keep the paperwork, okay? And you know what we did? We said, this is what we gonna call you. So we don't agree with it. And this is what, and when you come with that, you have a logical answer that they cannot say any better than you, because you know, if when they ask questions, you say, am I not being mistreated? What do you mean? Am I not here because I don't have the constructive help that I need, right? Right? Okay, so somewhere down the line, I'm getting mistreated. Because do you have the problem that I have? They either going to say yes or no. The most important thing we got to do is when we ask these questions, and when we're being asked questions, when we give answers, we shut up. But when we ask questions, we need to not forget that part. Shutting up. Don't help white supremacists or collaborators of white supremacy with the answers when you're asking a question. Because when you interrupt them, you're helping them with the answer. All right? Helping them how, Brother Muko? You're giving them time to think of some more bullshit. You feel me? You're also not listening to that answer so you can see where they fucked up, so you can ask your next question. You feel what I'm saying? You only get results by asking. You only have a conversation by asking questions and getting answers. You feel me? The only way you can get answers is by being quiet and letting somebody give you the answer. You feel me? That's the only way. So the only solution is us classifying ourselves. Now, why do I say that? Why do you say that, Brother Muko? Carter G. Woodson, one of my ancestors, one of our grandcestors, he taught us a valuable lesson in his death, okay? Black History Week was not ran through any legislation, and if I'm lying, black majority will correct me because I've said this before, and he know that what I'm saying is true. Okay, Black History Month. They ain't run through no legislation to get that shit established. You know what black people did? They did some Nike shit. We just did it. And we was repetitive with doing it. And guess what? They accepted it. Why? Because we just did it. We ain't asked no permission. Carter G. Woodson ain't asked no permission. This is the same thing that you do with fucking race classification. You don't ask no permission to be classified as any goddamn thing. Because what you're asking for is, can you please waste my time? Can you please waste my time, please? You know what I'm saying? We ain't got time to waste. You feel me? That was just 18 months gone down the drain when we actually could have been getting checks in the mail right now if we were identifying as victims. But guess who got checks instead? These illegal motherfuckers. Why? Because we're victims. We're victims. Okay? When you identify as what you are, you get the result that you need, but it's a process. We can no longer think that you're going to skip over a process and get straight to a solution. Okay? But in order to do that, we got to be logically thinking and be honest with ourselves and get out of our feelings. You feel me? We are not in a supreme position. Okay, we are in a position to be harmed. Okay, and unfortunately, in this system that's designed to mistreat people, okay, we are not the people that are doing the mistreatment. And even if we were, that's not a good position to be in. You know what I'm saying? That's not something to be fighting to be equal to. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to be equal to no white supremacists, and you shouldn't be getting tricked into being one either. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why we put something in place called compensatory justice, where the motherfucking illest killers, you know what? They got a cell and the weapon that they chose to do the crime with, in the cell with them, and let them do that dirt themselves. See, that's compensatory justice. But see, that takes a lot of thinking and a lot of collective action. That's the most important part. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna land there because I see Professor Hand up. And I want to let him speak. But, man, as far as this race classification, y'all, let's get on some collective shit and start classifying ourselves. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Classify yourselves. Let motherfuckers ask you a question. You know what I'm saying? This is going to force you to know what racism, white supremacy is, and not be confused about everything that you know. You know what I'm saying? Because this last 18 months, everybody that's been arguing about race classification has been arguing about something that they don't know. You feel what I'm saying? Y'all was arguing about something that you believe. You was in your feelings. Get out your feelings. We are all victims of racism, white supremacy. That's according to the evidence. And this is something that I always implore people to do. When you got somebody that want to argue with you, say, look, hey, I'm a victim, God damn it. You want to argue with the evidence. I'm not here to argue with other victims. Because if I'm arguing with victims, we damn sure ain't fighting racism, white supremacy. I'm going to land there. Thanks for letting me speak, Black.
Hey, thank you. Man, and I appreciate those words, because I think we do need like that sober halftime coach speak that's not all fuzzy and pretty and making people feel good. I think we need to, kind of get our shit together here in terms of what we're going to do, because I think we're at that point where it's like, what's next? Yeah, because I think all the shit is just rain. Like, I think it's just all rain, clouds, rain, thunderstorms, and I don't see the sun. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get to the sun. I think we're all trying to get to the sun at some point, but we need a plan. I'm looking forward to News Toter Space. I believe Miss Camilla Moore is going to show up to that on Monday, I believe is what it is. If not, please correct me and put it in Jumbotron. But these spaces are starting to become a little regular here. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you understand what I'm saying, where something happens and then we got to kind of debrief on why we didn't win or why things went wrong. And then I can't, and no, this is no disrespect to anybody who has gone down this path, but I can't accept the fact that this has no bearing on reparations. I just like, come on, man, let's keep it a buck. Because here's the thing, for the last, I don't know, 3 years, it's been, we got to delineate reparations. So like, yeah, like now we're going to remix and spin that around. Let's keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, because how are you going to figure out who gets reparations if you're not delineated? Like, I mean, that's just the simplest question. But I'm here to listen to the explanation. But I just think like we got to figure it out. Let me just say that. Professor, you got it.
Yeah, thank you, Black man. And I'm just sitting back, like I said, really enjoying listening to everybody's comments and what they think we should be doing a lot better to get reparations. And so my question is, family, and anybody can chime in on this. I've been wondering for years, if some of the leaders, such as Jim Clyburn, this guy that's in North Carolina, I think his name is Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson.
Psychopath.
I thought that guy was Thomas,
good. Man, that guy was
Larry Elder.
Crazy as hell.
Some of these conservative blacks, I guess is what we should call them. If that has been some of the slowness or slowing us down, I should say, in possibly getting reparations. Because let's be honest,
not really.
These are some of the people that will go out here and keep for white supremacy and slow us down in what we're trying to do. And white people dig it down a little bit. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Hold on 1 second.
DJ got them super ears. You know what that is. I know what that is. That's that audio engineering.
It makes you wonder if these conservative blacks, like a Clarence Thomas, Mark Robertson, Lieutenant Governor out of North Carolina, is some of these blacks are the very reason that we have been very slow, or it has been causing us delays in getting this reparation, because these people would sit up and say things like this Mark Robertson and say, tell the truth, Black Americans should be paying out reparations to white Americans.
Oh my God.
See, this type of stuff is going against us. They're fighting against us. And see, white Americans would hang on every word that these conservative blacks are saying. So I want to hear the family's opinion about that. Is that's causing us some issues in being able to get the reparations a lot quicker than if you think about it, these folks are kind of slowing us down in that process. So I want to hear.
So I want to answer, and I want to say that Mark Robinson is a problematic, but he's trying to get into office in the district. I want to say it's his district. I haven't looked at the numbers to see what the majority is, but I think it might be majority white.
That's majority white. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's majority white because he's running for governor. So yeah, it's majority white.
So he's appealing to the racist. While at the same time, those are the black people, I think, that also ignore, the culture in both parties. They'll talk about, things that appeal to other groups just so that they can get the votes and get in, and then still not do anything for us. They just want to get into office.
Amen to that.
But the House has 435 votes that has to come in order to get something passed. And then the Senate is is it 54 black? Do you know what the votes are? I have to look it up. But my point is that
well, there's 100.
We need to really
to get a super
not
majority.
only just talk about what you just brought up, Professor, but also talk about the fact that, again, if we do not have a majority stake when bills are actually being able to be put up to have people to vote on them on our behalf in Congress and on, the state level, then we are our worst enemy, because we weren't ever paying attention to the fact that we didn't have representation. We just heard, either people going into office. We talked about maybe somebody is up for a vote, and we didn't really pay attention because people working 9 to 5, and they're dealing with other stuff and not really thinking about the conditions of harm as what we're talking about now. So, you can take your pick when it comes to where we fell short at, and then who also has contributed to our conditions of harm. So,
yeah, I think that guy, man, that guy, these people be so disappointing, because you hear them and they sound really, really good, and then they just, man, it's like, damn, bro, you should just shut the fuck up, please. But I think that guy says in public what these Democrats say in private, to be really, really blunt about it, right? So to Ms. Rella's point, they're going to say whatever they got to say to get in office, and that's on both sides. But they're both stabbing us in the back rooms. Like, they're both against us. These black faces in high places, ain't none of them about to sacrifice nothing for the collective of black Americans. They signing bills that's giving them immigrants, illegals, and everybody every damn thing they want and need, and shit that they don't even ask for. And yet and still, when it comes to us, it's nothing. So they could do it if they wanted to do it, but they don't want to do it. That's what it boils down to. So to Ms. Rella's point, we got to be the people who make the decision to sacrifice whatever it takes to get into position to elect the people in office, so that we can actually be the ones to make these decisions. And it's not just for that. That's one part of it, and that's a great part of it. But state contracts, the way the health care is distributed throughout the state, the education, the policing, the justice system, there's every part of our lives that we really need to be in control of. And we need to be able to knock on somebody's door or email somebody or go to somebody's office, and things will actually get done. That's what the future could hold in a black majority state. Now, because I got to assume if I'm a Mexican living in California or Texas or any other these other majority Mexican states, that's the reality that they're going to have if they don't have it already. We're getting very, very close to a time where the country has moved on and essentially just left us behind, if that hasn't already happened. Now, there's a lot of, you could argue that that's already happened. I wouldn't argue against it. I'm saying it's going to become so abundantly clear to everybody, like the facade of these pseudo entertainers who don't really got the wealth that they claim they have. When the shit starts to collapse, they were a paper tiger, if you will. It was all on paper, but then when they start peeling back the onions and the layers, these motherfuckers is broke as shit. Now they in debt. That facade, if it has an art for people who are intelligent enough to figure that part out, it's all been a facade. It's all been a mirage. You got a handful of black billionaires. They're completely controlled. You got maybe several thousand, 100 millionaires. They're essentially controlled. Why do you think Steph Curry was involved in that bullshit, good times bullshit that's going on? Because he got a contract and he got agents, and they all say, let's put him to this and put them with this and put them with this and put them with that. And we can all make money. That's what the contract is for. systems upon systems upon systems upon systems. The Matrix, as I told Brother Moko, you know, those doors, the Keymaster, right? In the Matrix movie, all them damn doors. Yeah, that's what these systems are, these networks of degeneracy over our people, oppressing our people. If and I love, because I'm gonna use this Matrix reference. If you remember in the movie Matrix, when they were in Zion and they were dancing around in that huddle of thousands of people, who were those people? Who did they look like?
Black people.
Exactly. Exactly.
And the name was Zion. Zion too. That was on purpose. Shout out to the creator of the Matrix, Black woman.
Yeah, but if you just look at the analogy, they escaped the Matrix and they ethno-aggregated themselves together for strength and power and protection, because that's the only way to do it. There is no other little, you know, pill that you can take. We keep really trying to fix the symptoms and not really focusing on the whole cure, the holistic cure for the problem. Now, getting to Black majority states, that probably solves 90% of the problems. There's always going to be that 10% out there. People got to realize that and recognize that. But you're in right now, you have no solutions. You have 0%. And if you could get the 90%, you are in a much better place. And that's where the people who are willing to do that, that's where they got to get to at some point. And yeah, that's it. So I know we got a person who came up to speak. If you want to speak, put your hand up. I want to play this video because Strom Thurmond was brought up. So Miss Victoria D. Lee, or Daly, depending on how you say it, who started this party, the United Citizens Party, and I only came across it because Brother Marcel is aligned with this party now. They did get Cornel West on the ballot as well, so shout out to them for that. She started this party in 1971. It says that she started this party. She ran for Congress because Black people were excluded from the Democratic Party in Dorchester County, South Carolina. So she started this party so that she could run for Congress. She got 10% of the vote, I think is what it said. They also had a Black man run in 1972, Gregory Redfern, a candidate for Richland County County Council. So shout out to that brother. He got on a black leather jacket. He kind of looked like he was a panther or something, or panther-esque. And shout out to Miss Amia Hampton, because she's known about this for a while now. So shout out to her, because we always try to bring up examples of Black American political parties that existed and actually ran people. The brother who I believe runs it now, Chris Nellums, he is a member of the South Carolina member and chair of the United Citizens Party in South Carolina. I think he was in that video with Cornel West, and he was a candidate for South Carolina Commissioner of Agriculture under this party. It looks like they may have something in Illinois, because the other post I see, they were doing some events in Illinois, it looks like. But yeah, shout out to the party, shout out to the people that's riding with it. Shout out to the woman who created it, and it's still around. All these years later, people are still running under the banner of that. There is a Wikipedia page for it. And so let me see if there's anywhere where they show people. Oh, they've had presidential nominees. So they've actually worked to get other. Oh, wow, this is actually pretty cool. So they either have endorsed and or helped people get on the ballot. Now, if you were in the spaces a couple of weeks ago, we had Lenora Fulani, the Black American woman who ran in 1988 after Jesse capitulated and did whatever they told them to do. She ran in 88 and 92, and they were a part of. They say that that was their presidential nominee. So I don't know if they actually helped her get on the ballot or what the deal with that was, or if they just endorsed her. But they do acknowledge her as well. So shout out to them for that. 1969 founded. You know, it's like this is not even just history, because this is actually current Black American political attempts at you know, creating something that is by us, for us, and all of that there. So they're still actively out here trying to make things happen. So shout out to the United Citizens Party. And you know, hopefully they get some folks elected to office. It says the party ran candidates in 1970 and 1972. As a result, in 1970, the first 3 Black candidates were elected to the South Carolina House of Representatives since Reconstruction. How about that? That's actually a really big deal. The party's objective was to elect Blacks to the legislature and local offices in counties with Black majority populations. 1969, they figured out that if they were going to get Black Americans elected, it had to be in Black majority population counties and districts. I mean, it's not really rocket science at all, to be quite honest. They also reference a person by the name of John Roy Harper II. And they say he was a part of the organization as well in the beginning. So there's some storied history there. They got some folks elected. And I got this video to play. So we'll let Brother Moko speak, and then I'm gonna play this this video.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Shut up, big muffin. I'll be brief. You know, the United Citizens Party, yeah, that was definitely, I'm glad you brought that up, because they actually have a Citizens Party as well that was founded in 79. I always feel like white supremacy always throw their corporates into, you know, like kind of sabotage. So the the Citizens Party was started by, you know, you can guess it, some white guys, some white people, a white guy named Commoner. Can you go back to that for me so I can be quoting his name right? His name is Barry Commoner, and he looks like a Jew to me. But the interesting thing that I found out about this Citizens Party, they had another founder in there. Her name was Sonia. Her name was Sonia something. Let me see. Her name was Sonia Johnson. And she was a feminist. And the interesting thing that I found about her is that she was a feminist, but she classified herself as a person of color. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to see, looking in and out these things, that a lot of these parties, their basis, they were talking about economics, but they were talking about it in a socialistic way, but then trying to be like environmentalists and progressive, and you know, just trying to make it like corporate decision base. This is one thing why I always shout out the Redemption Party, and I just wanted to say, and I'm gonna land with this, Senator Nichols, you know, she's running for Senate in Atlanta, so I just wanted to put that out there too. You know, the Redemption Party, I always mention them because you know, she ran for president. She was a president candidate. They got some people holding office in I think it's Arkansas and another state as well currently. And the one thing that really appeals me to them is That's the only party that I see right now talking about jail time for white supremacists and reparations for specifically black people first. You know what I'm saying? And getting the system of justice established so that no one is harmed. But they're talking about reparations for victims of racism, white supremacy, and I'm gonna try to keep harping myself on saying that instead of even saying black people. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that even confuses the conversation sometimes. But I land there.
Okay, 10-4. Shout out to the Redemption Party. This video is Victoria Daly or Dealey and Strom Thurmond 60-minute segment, August 6, 1971. Let me get the volume up here. There probably will be a commercial. I'll try to skip through it.
Right now, for what Strom Thurmond did to me and my people and any other white did in the past, I don't hold it against him. I forgive him. I just hope God will forgive him for what they did. Yeah, Jesus loves me. For the Bible tells me so. Jesus loves you, yes I know.
For more than 30 years, Victoria DeLee, who never went past the 6th grade, has been in the forefront of the civil rights struggle in South Carolina. She was the first black to register to vote in that state, almost single-handedly integrated her county school system. So it's not surprising that 7 years ago, her house was firebombed. Today, Mrs. DeLee runs a free daycare center for the children of Dorchester County. But the OEO funds that kept it going have run out.
I must say, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do except close the doors. But I'm going to fight it. I don't know what I'm going to do. I intend to try to feed these kids and help these children. The most those kids that you see around there is from unwed mothers, broken homes. When they go back, where they going? They're going back in the ditches where it was before. What I mean, back in the little slop holes and back to the outdoor toilets or either no toilets at all. To come here, it's like looking for Santa Claus on Christmas morning because they know they got food to eat and they know they got somebody to take care of them and they know they're loved. And so they look forward to coming here. So now for me to say that you go back home, I don't know what to do. You know the truth, and really I've never felt like this. But I think the way I feel about these children in this daycare center and see what we're really doing for these kind of children that we got here, if anybody would steal some money, I'd accept it. That's just how bad I'm off I am. If I know somebody robbed the bank and come and give me the money, I'd just take it to feed these kids. And then I'd admit that I take it if they give it to me. That's how bad off I am.
3 years ago, when the daycare center was in similar financial trouble, Mrs. DeLee went to what, on the face of things, seemed the least likely source for financial help. The Dixiecrat turned Republican, Strom Thurmond. 3 days later, there was an OEO check in her mailbox. Since then, Strom Thurmond has managed to lean on the federal government to cough up $140,000 for Victoria DeLee's daycare center.
Well, she has impressed me as being very interested in children and trying to help children. And I've always been interested in young people. And because of her interest in young people, I was attracted to her.
Mrs. DeLee says when Strom Thurmond got himself a new wife and young children, he also got a kind of religion.
Do you like to ride your horse?
When a person starts having children, their whole heart changed too, you know. So I said that maybe again, I don't say that Strom Thurmond was so good as all that, but once he had that first child, it did something to him. And by getting that young wife and she had those kids for him, that helped all of us, help him too. Because every time you look at your children, you think that whatever you do going to rub off on them. And you're going to want it to be all good things. And I said, I hope he have a whole heap of them because the more children he have, the more his heart going to change.
For we pray in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord.
So visually, they are going to the white church and then to the black church, and to the white church to the black church.
You know, I don't like him. I thought that, I wished that something had happened and he got killed or something like that 20 years ago. That's just how I felt about him. I never thought that, right then that things would have changed. But you see, I've changed. Things have changed.
The conditions have changed. The law has changed. The Constitution has been interpreted differently. And naturally I've changed under those circumstances. It's a changing world, a changing situation. I'm not a racist, and I've done everything I could to help the people of both races throughout my lifetime. The improvements that have come about would have come about in due time. It may have taken a little bit longer, but I think they would have come about anyway. You can't violate the Constitution to help any particular group. I think if you do, you undermine your whole system of government.
But the big issue facing Victoria DeLee in the spring of 1973 is not constitutional. It is financial. Her daycare center has run out of money. Once again, she turns to Strom Thurmond.
Operator, I'd like to place a long-distance call to Senator Strom Thurmond office and in Washington, D.C. Yes. Operator, I'm calling from 873-7342, but I would just call collect, please. Victoria DeLee. Operator, she don't know what time you're going to be back? What about Mr. John Evans, please? Hello, Mr. Evans. How you doing? All right. Yes. Sorry to keep bothering you, but I had to call you. You checking on some more funds for me? I know Senator Strom Thurmond can do it. Yeah, right. Yes, I understand that. Right. Saturday. Is you going to be down Saturday with him? Well, we want to talk with him, and we're going to be, meeting with him. Mm-hmm. Yes, right. I can't call it right off the hand right here, but then I'll be there Saturday. We'll be there in Greenville.
Miss Mo, now you got a busy day today. I know you're going to be a good girl. We'll give you a lunch on the way down. I am indeed honored to be in Greenville County on this auspicious occasion. If a people ever forgets the patriotism of its people, the valor of its soldiers, then its future, I will say, is dim. I tell you, my friends, this government can pay no greater tribute to anyone than to that man who fought for your freedom, offered his life on the battlefield, and gave up everything he had to preserve America, the greatest nation on the face of the earth.
Mrs. DeLee didn't go to Greenville for a speech. She went for money. She never got the chance to ask.
Miss DeLee, how are you?
Fine.
So glad to see you.
Good.
I'm glad you could come here today because I've got some good news for you.
You got a crisis here.
I've written you a letter here that reads this way. Dear Miss DeLee, I am advised that your application was approved for 6 months and will total $35,000. I was most pleased to work with the acting director of OEO, Mr. Phillips, in getting the approval of these funds, and I shall continue to do all I can through other departments to assist with the child daycare center and your program. That's the letter I just wrote you on this matter, and it's a great pleasure for me now to present to you this check for the amount. This is a check right here, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much. I want to say that all the children and the people of Dorchester County appreciate all the things you did for us. If it wasn't for you, many of those kids wouldn't have had food to eat. I'll tell you one thing, and I may say this boldly. I hope it was some more Storm Thurmans. I wish we had 5 or 6 more Storm Thurmans and that got converted and got filled with the Holy Ghost and start to shout in the right way. You know, that's why I really hope that would happen.
Whew, man. Oh, wow. So this is like, man, so his hand to mouth is giving you just enough to barely survive, knowing that this woman, not only she ran for office, she's a part of this black political party, and all she's really trying to do is feed these kids, and she's got to humble herself to this known racist. And no matter what he says, he switched from the Dixiecrats to the Republicrats, whatever, don't make a difference. And there's that whole speech about how you don't say the N-word anymore. You go subversive. So they went very subversive with the racism, and she's gotta, man, almost beg this man to come up with some funds, and it was only for 6 months. God, man, just watching this is very depressing. It's just so sad. And 1971 is the title they got here, but during the segment they said 1973. So 50 years later, if we can imagine how many Black American women have tried to start daycare centers in their community to care for the children in their community, and all of the systems that are in place to stop them from being able to fund these operations, which are literally designed to care for the children in the community. Oh God. She registered to vote in 1947 after winning an argument with a registrar. They said she was the first Black person, human being, to register to vote in the state of South Carolina at that time. So she was a fighter, you know, she was a fighter, Negro civil rights activist. She said, if someone robbed a bank and brought half the money here, I'd take it just to keep this daycare open for these kids. Oh, man. You know, so when people are like, all we got to do is, you know, all we got to do is write a little grant money, get a little grant, open up a business, open up a little daycare, yada, yada, bing, bang. It sounds real smooth and simple. And it kind of, in my opinion, disrespects people like her who have been doing those things consistently, nonstop, the whole entire time. It says in 1965, she led a voter registration drive during which as many as 500 Blacks refused a certificate in one day. She demanded and got federal registrars appointed after a week of lobbying in Washington. Man, see, that's action right there. She literally went to DC after being denied the ability to vote. Despite shooting at, beatings, and harassing of her children and others. God damn, they said her house was firebombed. I remember that in the video. She worked from 64 to 70 for school integration for both Blacks and Indians. Now, there is this thing where she was actually helping Native Americans as well. It says that up at the top. Just trying to kind of go over these highlights here. Yeah.
Hey, Black, are you finished with the doing the that chapter?
Yeah, let's get to that. That was going to be the next thing. Because I know you got to go and do your thing. So I just wanted to run that down because, like I said, you know, we want to highlight these black political parties whenever they pop up, kind of get some understanding of what their strategy was, and hers was the right strategy. Obviously, a black majority district. But then, you know, in the end, or not the end necessarily, but she was kind of put in a position where she's got to beg this racist person for money to keep her daycare open to feed these young kids, beautiful black children in her daycare center. And yeah, just that's, man, dear God, man. You know, 50 years later, again, nothing has really changed. So so we got Black Paper Chapter 2, which is titled "Why States ? U.S. Constitutional Powers." I was able to copy and paste everything, type everything in. I went back and made sure the first word and the last word of every paragraph was there. So I think we're good. I'm a read along, and if there's somewhere where I didn't catch something, I'll just stop and read that part. But I think I got it all pretty good here. So if there's no more questions or anything, we'll go ahead and start this again. The Black Paper is written by Black American Homeland, a co-host. I believe, yeah, it's in the Jumbotron. If you would definitely like to support, and it's the second from the left is where you can go to the Amazon link to purchase a copy. But let's get into the second chapter. We're gonna run through these chapters over the next few weeks, and then probably prepare to do another book review after that. But here we go. Chapter 2, Why States. Here we go. Boom. Oh, you know what? I got the volume. I got to start over. Okay, my bad. I got to get the volumes up. Okay, and then let me double check on my voice. I'm not in the matrix or anything, right? Everybody can hear it clear?
Yeah, you good.
Okay.
Yeah, you good.
All right, here we go.
Chapter 2, Why States? U.S. Constitutional Powers. The United States is a federal system of government, meaning that power is divided between the national government and the individual states. The U.S. Constitution outlines the powers of both the federal government and the states, with the federal government having some powers that are delegated to it, and others that are shared with the 50 states. The 10th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution states that all powers not delegated to the federal government by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. The 10th Amendment makes it clear that the 50 states have reserved powers that are not specifically delegated to the federal government. This means that the states are not subordinate to the federal government, but rather are independent and sovereign government entities, much like countries such as Germany, Great Britain, France, or Italy. At the same time, the Supremacy Clause grants the federal government power over the 50 states in certain matters, such as the regulation of commerce between states and the protection of individual rights. Nonetheless, the 50 states have a substantial amount of autonomy and independence from the federal government. This independence allows the states to make their own decisions on a variety of issues that impact the lives of their citizens, such as education, healthcare, and criminal justice. The division and sharing of powers between the federal government and the 50 states is not only enshrined in the Constitution, but it also reflects the idea of federalism, which allows for a balance of power between the central government and the states. The reserved powers of the 50 states include the power to create their own state constitutions, regulate elections, establish state courts, make and enforce state laws, establish local government, set up public schools, regulate interstate, within the state commerce, issue professional license, permits and certificates. Make regulations for marriage and abortion, establish state defense forces, national guards and state militias, ratify amendments to the U.S. Constitution, and provide for the health, welfare and safety of their citizens. On the other hand, the shared powers between the federal government and the 50 states include the power to borrow money, issue bonds, collect taxes, build roads and transportation systems, take private property for public purpose, with just compensation, charter banks and corporations. Regulate banks and corporations and punish criminals. Powers delegated exclusively to the federal government includes maintain national military, establish postal system, set standards for weights and measures, protect copyrights and patents, make treaties and conduct foreign policies, regulate interstate between states commerce, declare war and print money. For Black folks, having political control of several states in the U.S. constitutional powers that come with it could greatly benefit the Black American community in the 8 states southern region. For example, Black Americans could work to pass laws and policies that are specific to the needs and concerns of their community, such as reparation and land reform laws on the state level, affordable housing, access to quality education and reducing poverty. Moreover, having U.S. constitutional powers and political control of the 8 states southern region would give Black Americans a notable level of representation and power in the U.S. government: 16 U.S. senators, 66 U.S. congressmen, 8 governors and 82 electoral college votes, allowing Black Americans to advocate for their rights and interests on a larger scale. This would be especially important given the fact that Black Americans have been historically marginalized in the U.S. Institutions play a crucial role in development, with state government being the most essential of them all. It enables the establishment and sustenance of other institutions such as businesses, corporations, professional organizations, educational institutions, research organizations, nonprofit organizations, financial institutions such as banks and stock exchanges, state defense forces, law enforcement agencies, intelligence units, strategic planning organizations, and others. Federalism versus unitary government. Federalism is a form of government that divides power between a central authority and constituent political units. In the United States, federalism is a cornerstone of the Constitution, with power divided between the federal government and the individual states. On the other hand, a unitary government is a system in which power is held centrally and the constituent parts have little or no autonomy. The concept of federalism has numerous benefits for the Black American homeland, as it allows for local control and decision-making while still maintaining a strong central authority. In the Black American homeland, federalism would provide the opportunity for Black Americans to have a voice in the decisions that affect their communities, without sacrificing the benefits of a strong centralized government. One of the great benefits of federalism is that it allows for diversity and experimentation in policymaking. In the Black American homeland, this would mean that the local government could create and implement policies that specifically target the needs and concerns of Black Americans, while still having the support and resources of the federal government. This type of flexibility and local control can help to ensure that policies are more effective and better tailored to the specific needs of Black American people. Federalism also allows for a balance of power between various levels of government. In the Black American homeland, this would mean that Black Americans would have a voice at the local, state, and federal levels, and that decisions would not be made by a single, centralized authority. This balance of power can help to ensure that the government is accountable to the people, and that policies are created and implemented in a transparent and democratic manner. Finally, federalism can help to reduce conflict between various levels of government. In the Black American homeland, this would mean that there would be a more cooperative and harmonious relationship between the Black American-led state government and the federal government. This cooperation and collaboration would be beneficial for all parties involved, as it would allow for the creation of policies and initiatives that confronts the needs and concerns of Black Americans in a more effective and efficient manner. United States Constitution versus the 50 States Constitutions. In 1996-1997, my interest was stirred when I came across a quote by James Madison regarding the powers delegated by the Constitution to the federal government versus those that remained with the state governments. Quote from James Madison, "The powers delegated by the proposed Constitution to the federal government are few and defined. Those which are to remain in the state governments are numerous and indefinite." This encouraged me to explore the constitutions of the 50 states and compare them to the United States Constitution. The United States Constitution, which was adopted in 1787, established the structure of the federal government and delegated specific powers to it, such as the power to regulate commerce and conduct foreign affairs. It also set limits on the powers of the federal government, protecting individual rights through the Bill of Rights, and ensuring that the several states retained certain powers. In contrast, each state has its own constitution, which outlines the framework of state government and establishes the rights and responsibilities of its citizens. The state constitutions also delegate specific powers to the state government, such as the power to establish public school systems and regulate commerce within state borders. Despite these differences, there are several similarities between the United States Constitution and the 50 states constitutions. Both establish the separation of powers among the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government. They also provide for the protection of individual rights and liberties, including freedom of speech and religion. However, there are also notable differences. Some state constitutions contain provisions that are not included in the United States Constitution, such as marriage, abortion laws, and the right to clean air and water. Moreover, some state constitutions are longer, more detailed, and are amended more frequently than the United States Constitution, reflecting the distinctive needs and concerns of the 50 states. The United States Constitution contains 4,550 words, including the amendments. It's over 7,500 words. State constitutions are all much longer because they are more detailed regarding the day-to-day relationships between government and the citizens residing in the state. The shortest is Vermont, 8,300 words long. The longest was Alabama's, ratified in 1901, about 345,000 words long, but rewritten in 2022 now contain more than 402,000 words. The state of Alabama has the longest worded constitution in the world. This made me very suspicious. Looking over the word count of the 12 southern states' constitutions, Alabama 402,000 words, Texas 93,025, Louisiana 76,730, Arkansas 59,150, Florida 49,230, Maryland 43,198, Georgia 41,684, South Carolina 27,421, Mississippi 26,229, Virginia 22,570, North Carolina 17,177, and Tennessee 13,960. I came to a conclusion that many southern states have words in their constitutions that may limit the rights of Black Americans. Jim Crow and Black Code laws are still on the books. Once Black Americans achieve supermajority population and political control of the 8 states' southern region, my recommendation would be for the Black state legislatures to promptly initiate the process of rewriting the constitutions of those 8 southern states. The more words written in the state constitutions, more restrictions are imposed on the Black residents of the state. Quote by Frederick Delk, 2012. States' rights. The term, states' rights, has a complex and controversial history in the United States, often being associated with the defense of slavery and segregation. However, once Black Americans achieve supermajority population and political control of several states, Black Americans should not fear, but rather embrace the term states' rights. States' rights refers to the powers and responsibilities reserved for the individual states in the U.S. Constitution, including the 10th Amendment, which states that the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. This means that the states have the power to govern themselves, provided they do not conflict with the powers of the federal government. For Black American folks, having supermajority population and political control of several states would give them the ability to create and enforce laws that better serve their communities and confront the obstacles they face. This would also allow them to pursue policies that further economic development, social justice, and political empowerment. In addition, advocating for states' rights would provide Black Americans with greater influence in national politics. By having a unified voice in several states, Black Americans would be able to put pressure on the federal government to undertake their concerns and support their initiatives. It is important to note that states' rights does not mean a disregard for the powers of the federal government or the importance of a unified country. Rather, it is about balancing the powers between the 50 states and the federal government in a way that benefits all citizens and advance the welfare of the people. Independent Black American Nation versus Black American Homeland. The concept of an independent Black American nation and a Black American homeland has been the subject of much debate among Black Americans for years. While both ideas have their pros and cons, the path to either one is vastly different. An independent Black American nation would require an act of war and a complete separation from the United States of America. This is not only a daunting task but also a dangerous one that would put the lives and freedom of Black folks at risk. On the other hand, a Black American homeland, which is essentially a supermajority Black region of states, can be achieved through peaceful democratic means. This would involve acquiring political control of several states and establishing a dominant presence in those states through demographics, voting, and political representation. One advantage of a Black American homeland is that it would provide a large and contiguous area where Black Americans can have substantial political and economic power. This would allow them to create policies and institutions that reflect the distinctive cultural and economic interests. Moreover, by acquiring political control of several states, Black Americans would have a stronger voice in national political discussion and be better able to advocate for their rights and interests. This could include the protection of voting rights, the furtherance of economic development, and the protection of U.S. constitutional powers, civil powers. However, it is important to note that acquiring political control of several states is not a guarantee of success. The success of a Black American homeland will depend on the ability of Black Americans to effectively cooperate, govern, create jobs, and foster economic growth in the region. Lastly, while both an independent Black American nation and a Black American homeland have their challenges and opportunities, the path to a Black American homeland through acquiring political control of several states is more feasible and less risky than pursuing independence from the United States of America.
Oh shit. Somehow I got tossed out. Damn it.
Ain't nothing saying. We can't hear you, bro, basically.
Yeah, I'm about to say, man, I think we lost Black.
God damn it. Okay, I gotta figure out where we lost it at. Because of course they got me back in this, coming in as not a speaker.
Yeah, I'm still there. Oh, okay.
They got me coming in as not a speaker. Damn it. See, this is what I did earlier to get out of this. Okay. Nope. Damn it. Oh my god, man. This damn fucking app bullshit is such bullshit, bro. Let's see if I go in on this page. See what happens here. Okay. Okay.
The U.S. Constitution and the state constitution. I mean, the state constitution has even more say in our everyday life than the federal constitution. So, like I said, the state constitution, they're much longer than the federal government. They're much detailed, and the state constitution is closer to the people. So.
Let me ask you this, Black American Homeland, if I may.
Yeah.
I have always wondered if America would be better off with just being nationalized under the one Constitution, the United States Constitution.
Absolutely not.
Instead of having
that would be terrible.
Yeah, instead of all these breaking out into these different state constitutions.
No.
Because you think about all the other countries around the world, everything is nationalized under one constitution. I'm wondering if America has done itself a disservice by saying, okay, well, the states should have some power, and then of course we have the federal government who has power. I say this, Black, because I look at policing, for example, right? Let's look at the police situation.
Mm-hmm.
If we had one constitution that governed the way police behave towards their citizens,
they would be
I think we wouldn't have the many incidents that we have across the country if we had a nationalized constitution that governed policing. But because the states get to control or get a say-so in the way policing is done, we have these issues. We have these many problems with policing. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, that's you observed that pretty good. Look, the federalism, right? United States is a federalism type of government, right? But you also have other countries that have a federalist system. Mexico's a federalist system. India, Russia, who else? Australia, Brazil. And you would notice that a lot of these federalist systems are used in countries that have diverse population. They have huge landmass, right? Now, a unitary government where the national government controls everything, right, and makes all the decisions, that's good for smaller countries, and their landmass is pretty small. But when it comes to a big country, right, with like hundreds of millions of people, and the country is over 1 million square miles, right? You want the states or provinces, right, that have say in local and state issues. So that's why they did it that way. That's why, you're right, in some of these small countries, they have only one court system. But the United States has a federal court system, and then each state have their own court system. So you got 51 court systems in the United States. So, so that makes it really confusing. But the thing is, I understand what you're saying. But the thing is, when it comes to Black Americans, right, the federalism give us the opportunity to take over a state. If we want our own court system, if we want our own state Supreme Court system, that's all we have to do is take control of a state. If we want to make and enforce our own laws, if we want to write our own state constitution, that's all we have to do is take over a state. So, that opportunity won't be available in a unitary government where the federal government or the national government controls everything. So yeah, I think there's opportunity for Black Americans in a federalist system. We just have to figure out how to get to it.
Hey, so yeah, so it went out. Do you remember where it went out? Did we get the, because we were at the last bit of it before it kind of pushed me out? Was it Independent Black American Nation versus Black American Homeland? Because that was like the last.
Yeah.
Did we get most of it? Because that was like, yeah, I mean, that was
most of it. Hold on, let me. Yeah, I'll see. On the other hand, Black American, we're about. If you can go back to one advantage of a Black American homeland is that it will provide a large, contiguous area where Black Americans. It's like the. It's like the third. It's a third paragraph from the end.
Okay, you know what? I'm just to keep it all together. I'm gonna start it at that title, Independent Black American Nation, because that is the last part of this. So that way we'll have it all together for people who may want to listening through. So here we go.
Independent Black American Nation versus Black American Homeland. The concept of an independent Black American nation and a Black American homeland has been the subject of much debate among Black Americans for years. While both ideas have their pros and cons, the path to either one is vastly different. An independent Black American nation would require an act of war and a complete separation from the United States of America. This is not only a daunting task but also a dangerous one that would put the lives and freedom of Black folks at risk. On the other hand, a Black American homeland, which is essentially a supermajority Black region of states, can be achieved through peaceful democratic means. This would involve acquiring political control of several states and establishing a dominant presence in those states through demographics, voting, and political representation. One advantage of a Black American homeland is that it would provide a large and contiguous area where Black Americans can have substantial political and economic power. This would allow them to create policies and institutions that reflect the distinctive cultural and economic interests. Moreover, by acquiring political control of several states, Black Americans would have a stronger voice in national political discussion and be better able to advocate for their rights and interests. This could include the protection of voting rights, the furtherance of economic development, and the protection of U.S. constitutional powers, civil powers. However, it is important to note that acquiring political control of several states is not a guarantee of success. The success of a Black American homeland will depend on the ability of Black Americans to effectively cooperate, govern, create jobs, and foster economic growth in the region. Lastly, while both an independent Black American nation and a Black American homeland have their challenges and opportunities, the path to a Black American homeland through acquiring political control of several states is more feasible and less risky than pursuing independence from the United States of America.
Boom. Chapter 2 is in the books. And there was what was there? There was something that I wanted to go back to. Man, of course, as soon as I start talking, the thought leaves my mind. Let me go back here. You talked about the wording in the constitutions. That was interesting because I never really heard that. Now it says Alabama redid their constitution in 2022. Interesting, because I had just came across a post that said Louisiana, their new governor, the guy who shouldn't be governor because what is brother's name? Gary Johnson was down there trying to get our people out to vote. And we could have had a Black American governor in the state of Louisiana, but nobody showed up to vote. Dear God, it was an off-year election and a very low turnout, and we could have got a Black American governor in the state of Louisiana with the population that's already there. However, I just posted that on Funded Socially. He essentially stated they're not going to add anything. They're actually going through the Constitution to try to get rid of old, irrelevant information, I guess is how you could put it. Now, the question would be, if you're a Black American living in Louisiana, is there anything in there that actually may help you? It's unlikely, if we're being honest, but you know, they're basically going to scrape the Constitution and remove a bunch of old stuff. And essentially they said that'll make things a little more efficient down there. I don't really get the connection between getting rid of stuff that's on the books that you're not using and how that makes things more efficient. To me, that doesn't really connect or add up, but that's what they're saying. So I would always be wary and wise. If you live in Louisiana, you know people who live in Louisiana, they should definitely be tapped into that process to try to understand what exactly they're trying to do to the state constitution down there.
Right. Hey, Black, some of these southern states, the Jim Crow laws are still in their constitution. Yeah. They haven't taken it out. So what they're doing is say, oh, you know, we don't agree with that, so we don't use it. That's what they say. But it's still written in the Constitution. I guess maybe if they need it in the future, maybe they can do something with it. But,
yeah,
you know, they have not gotten rid of the many of these Jim Crow laws, or even some of these black code laws. Look, the Alabama, right? When they amended their constitution or ratified their constitution in 1890, I'm gonna say 1896, it had 392,000 words. And then when they didn't ratify their new constitution in 2022, it has 402,000 words. So they, you know, they added 10,000 words to their constitution. They didn't
crazy.
You know, they didn't erase anything. They just added to it. So, and look, most people would never read the Constitution, a state constitution.
Oh my God.
You know, who has time to read 402,000 words?
Yeah, that's facts. Now, I just went through my state for the first time, to be honest, only because I was in a situation where I'm like, man, I need to figure out, you know, what this state got going on. And come to find out, they had just, I'm gonna say, updated, because I gotta believe something was there. But in 2021, they updated their you know, black minority protected whatever, yada yada bing bang, in terms of the statute and the Constitution. Let me see, I could probably find it because I screenshotted that stuff, because you know, it's just interesting to know what's there, if you ever really have to use your state constitution for your own, you know, benefit. So yeah, in 2021 this was amended. So there was something there before that. It said prohibition against denial or abridgment of equality of rights based on race and ethnicity. Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania because of the race or ethnicity of the individual. May 18, 2021. So they did something, they changed whatever was in there before. They went in there and changed it. So that was interesting. There's another one. Now this one is from May of 1967, but it's still here. And it says, no discrimination by Commonwealth and its political subdivisions. Neither the Commonwealth nor any political subdivision thereof shall deny to any person the enjoyment of any civil right, nor discriminate against any person in the exercise of any civil right. So 1967, that would have been right after or on the heels of civil rights legislation. And then this 2021, which was during COVID, I believe, or coming out of COVID, something prompted them to update and amend that particular part of the Pennsylvania Constitution. So that's interesting. Yeah, but it's good to know. It's good to know and find out what's in your state, you know, where there are some protections, if there are any, you know, in regards to you as a well, I'm gonna use the term protected class, because that term may actually disappear. I believe, based on what's occurring, that term, it may be, you know, LGBT, handicapped people, you know, age, even, you know, these religion, obviously, but that's a whole separate category. But I believe that this whole idea of a protected class based on race is likely to be going away at some point, and people kind of probably need to understand what that's about, because that is a tidal wave that, you know, 6 years ago, right, in my book, you couldn't anticipate that. You couldn't see that coming. You know,
hey, Black, you know what I try to do? I try to distinguish between civil rights and civil power, right? Okay, if you look at the 10 Bill of Rights, right? The first 8 are civil rights. The 9th and the 10th are civil power, right? 1 through 8, individual citizens exercise civil rights. 9 and 10, civil power is exercised by the state, the federal government, and majority of the people, meaning that whoever has majority of the state controls that state, and that it can be the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. The people who are the majority have the civil power within that state. If you understand what I've written it in a different way, but I need to get my my information. But we have to distinguish between civil rights and civil power. We want civil power. I always say, I don't want any more civil rights. I want civil power. And to exercise civil power, you have to exercise through the state. Only the state can grant you civil power.
Interesting.
If you understand that.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a deep concept. That's definitely something that's going to take some study to really run that down. Now, a right technically is something that so now here's what's interesting about these rights. These rights are supposedly something that is a God-given thing that can't be taken away, but we know they take away these rights. They take away the Second Amendment right. As soon as you're, you know, even charged with a felony, they take it away. You don't have to be convicted. You just have to be charged. So there is that thing right there. But civil power, and how do you define civil power? What is it that you are able to do with that power?
Well, okay, civil power can only be exercised by a group, right? That has a majority, right? And that civil power is exercised through the state, meaning whatever rights and state power that the state have, then we can take on the power and rights of the state. Because the state has more rights than an individual. The state has more power than an individual. So as a group, and we have majority of the votes in the state legislature, and we control the executive branch, then that grants us power to make and enforce laws within the state.
Okay, gotcha. But so to get, and that's 9 and 10, right? But to get to that,
9 and 10.
You gotta
9 and 10 has to do with the powers and rights of the state and the federal government.
Right, but you gotta get.
When I read the 10th Amendment, I don't have it in front of me. If you read the 10th Amendment, hold on, let me find it. I mean, this is extremely important because everything is very precise. Okay, the power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. So an individual doesn't have civil power. Civil power is
Gotcha. Okay, understood.
Oh my gosh, what's the word? I have to use the word that they use in the Constitution. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just going through my notes here.
No, I got you.
The United States is extremely, it's reserved to the people. So, it's very complex, and I have to read exactly how it's written in the Constitution, or you're going to get lawyers and politicians all over you. So, yeah, sometimes it's better to kind of explain it in more layman's term. However, actually, Black, sometimes you're pretty good at explaining things in the layman's term, but I sort of try to keep things in exactly that's written and worded in the Constitution.
Yeah, understood. So what I'm getting is that 1 through 8 is an individual citizen. You have those rights, even though technically, they can take them away, which doesn't really make them rights anymore. But it is what it is, a luxury. And then the 9 and 10 is more of a collective state-based power that individuals have to come together in order to wield that type of power in a majority situation.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
So if you are a minority, you can't exercise civil power,
right? Never.
Unless you are willing to cooperate with the majority.
Coalitions and all that bullshit.
Still, even the majority, will they give you any power if you, have an alliance with the majority? I mean, sometimes they will, sometimes they won't.
Yeah, that's back of the bus. You know what I'm saying? Trying to be a minority forever, you're gonna get the crumbs. You're the crumb catcher. And man, I'm just looking up and we ran through that Strom Thurmond thing. There's a Democracy Now! Black granddaughter of segregationist Strom Thurmond. Other people probably knew that. Maybe I heard it before, but I'm like, damn, I could see her face. I could see how they look like a black and white version of each other. And it's like, damn, that's why he was, you know what I mean? He had a taste for chocolate women. So that's what that was about. God damn it. Yeah. So, but I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Hey, like you know how these lawyers, right? When you talk to many black lawyers, they say, I'm a civil rights lawyer. And I would tell them, I said, look, man, we don't need any more civil rights lawyers. We need civil power lawyers. We need lawyers to teach our people what we need to do to exercise U.S. constitutional power on the state level, And when you say that to them, they don't know the freaking what you were talking about. Because even in their law school, it doesn't teach them what is
idiots.
a lot of lawyers don't even know what 10th Amendment. What's the 10th Amendment mean?
So fools, man. I swear to
They
God.
don't have a clue. Some of them. So.
That's the education.
So yeah,
system,
so even lawyers, man, when you talk this to lawyers, many lawyers don't even understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, lawyers are not very intelligent. I'm gonna keep it a whole 100 with you. I've been around enough of lawyers to know they're not really that smart. They got law books that are like dictionaries that they go to, and essentially tells them what they're allowed to do or what they can't. Yeah, it's all this procedural BS, and so it's not. It's 8 years of them in training them how to work the system the way they want the system to be worked. There's very few who have creativity or who try to buck the system or anything of that nature. They're all trying to work the system the way they've been trained to work it. And that's in most professions, because that's the whole point, is they just want you to be a drone and do what you're supposed to do, essentially, but not try to buck or break the system.
Right. Yeah. I remember professor was talking about, these black conservatives, right? And see, I only got 2 words for those type of people. I call it personal gains. That's all that matters to them, personal gains. And if you all about personal gains, right, then you can use the system to your advantage if you're white or black, But being a black person, using the system, for your personal gains, it's gonna, you have to, what's that word? What they say when you do something with the devil. I can't think of the word.
Make a deal.
What do you call it? Break bread with the devil. I can't remember the saying. Like,
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Sell your soul.
Yeah, sell your soul. Yeah. For black conservatives, right? If they want to work the system, and for their own personal gains, they have to sell their soul. Even white people. I mean,
Yes.
So that's the thing.
Right. So I'm gonna bring up this story. So Kwame Kilpatrick, he's from Detroit. I think he was the mayor, and he got caught up in some whatever scandals, and they sent him to prison. He came home, and there was something. It says feds target former Detroit mayor Kwame Kilpatrick assets. So they're still going after him for unpaid restitution. This is after he did his time, got released. He got released. He's a free man. He's out here living, the life that he has left. And they're still, nipping at his heels. They're still trying to figure out what's up, what's going on. Where's the money at? Why are you driving in Cadillac Escalades? Yada bing bang. But here's the fall. Here's the collateral damage. Bobby Ferguson, they say he's the ex-mayor Kwame Kilpatrick's pal. It says Detroit bans him from securing city contracts. Bobby W. Ferguson, who was convicted as a part of public corruption scandal with Kilpatrick, is debarred for 20 years. So they ain't gonna let this black man, who they're saying he was convicted. I guess he did some time as well in that situation. He's not going to be allowed to be a contractor in Detroit until March of 2033 because of his affiliation with Detroit mayor. Now, this is another black man, obviously, because if it was a white guy, I sincerely doubt that he would be forced to go through this dragging and this process where he can't even earn a living for another decade. Man, this is just crazy, bro. So this is the world we live in.
The state, Black, you correct. Look, the state, right? The state has so much power, right? The state can take away your professional license, like it can take away your law, the bar exam that you pass, right? You take your law away, right? If you are a doctor, right? If the state doesn't like what you do as a doctor, they can take away your medical license. If you're an accountant and they don't like what you're doing, they can take away your accountant certificates or license. Or if you're an engineer, the state, and not the federal government, but the state can take away your engineering license. So all these professional licenses are controlled by the state. These permits, certificates are all controlled by the state. And so all these professionals, they have to cooperate with the state. That's how the state keeps control of these professionals, right? These banks, the way a state controls a bank is that the state regulates the banks, right? And if the bank doesn't do what the state want the bank to do, then they can take away your banking license. So the state has a lot of power, and we can use that power, because if people do something against us, against our community, then we can use the power of the state to sanction individual or corporations or institutions. Whatever we need to do, we can use the state to do that for. I land there, Bob.
Yeah, but that ain't gonna get you 5,000 people in your Twitter space. You know what I'm saying? If you doing that.
Yeah, that's true. Because people don't believe in that. They don't believe that. People don't believe in the government. They don't believe in the Constitution. They don't believe in anything. So it is what it is, man. So
no, it's sad.
I believe that I believe in institutions. I believe in laws. I believe in the government, and I believe that we can, if we can take over this government, a state, then we can exercise, the powers and rights of the state. So I believe in it. So.
Yeah, no, I agree. So let me run down this brother, man. Oh man, prayers for the brother. So Bobby Ferguson, he did 8 years of a 20-year thing, I guess. But he's out, he's free, and they still holding it against him. Now, Kwame Kilpatrick, multiple felonies, whatever, yada yada bang bang, that's what they do. But his original restitution was $6.2 million. He had it reduced down to $2.6 million. They flipped the numbers, and he's still on the hook for that $2.6 million restitution. So it looks like they're gonna be holding that over his head. Golly, man. Probably till his dying day, so he's gonna have to put his house in his wife's name or his mama's name, or the car is gonna have to be in the kid's name. He gonna be living that life, because that's what you got to do. What you got to do to stop these people from, stealing everything away from you. It's really, really sad. Damn.
Right. Hey, Black. You know what I learned about having wealth, right? This is the most important thing I learned. I learned when you have wealth, right? You do have a certain freedom and certain privileges and all that stuff. However, right, there are people over you. When these people in power, once they know you have wealth, right, they're gonna use that the government or laws or whatever, if you don't cooperate with them, they're going to take your wealth. They're going to take everything. Right? That's why it's difficult for wealthy people, especially black wealthy people, to advocate for black rights and black power and all this stuff, because they know that their wealth can be taken from them at any time. That's why you're not gonna have what's the guy from North Carolina, Chicago Bulls? He's not gonna never say nothing, because man, if he say anything, if he say, "Look, I'm for black power and all this stuff," they're gonna take his wealth away. They're gonna take everything. They're gonna say, "Hey, you didn't pay your taxes. You owe $100 million." They're gonna do all that stuff to you. So that's why it's difficult for black people with wealth to advocate for any policy for black people, unless you also have power, like a state power. Then you can use the state to help. You can use the power of the state to help come back. What's the word I'm looking for? To help you compete against the federal government or other states.
Okay, so man, so here I'm on the other Twitter, but this is what it says: the feds are coming to garnish the assets of former Detroit Mayor Kwame Kilpatrick after he allegedly purchased a $90,000 truck. In the image, they have a black Cadillac Escalade, so I don't know if that's the one he bought, but that's essentially what they're saying. And it says so Kwame originally owed $1.7 million in restitution, so that went from 6.2, 2.6 down to 1.7 million. And it says he currently owes $164,000 after being convicted of perjury. So, damn, if it's only $164,000 and the feds is nickel and diming him on that amount, that's crazy. That's sad. That's like, man, we gonna squeeze every single red cent out of you, even though you close to the finish line. We taking it all, and that's where they at with it. That's really, really sad. That's what they do. The feds. One thing the feds gonna do, and this was gonna be my question to the brother in the space earlier, Professor, who, because he's asked that question before about, if it was a unitary government and the Fed centralized, they controlled everything. Well, what has the federal government done for Black America? Ever? Like, literally, that's the question that you should ask yourself if you really want that to be the case, because if you don't trust the Republicans, because that's kind of the way that they've been brainwashing us forever, then what happens when the Republicans control all three houses of Congress, including have a majority in the Supreme Court? Then what happens if they're in complete control? That's a very dangerous place to be, in my opinion, is if you have one centralized government that controls everything, and you got one side of the uniparty, the duopoly, pretending to be your friend, and the other side telling you flat out, we don't really like you people. Which I mean, I think if you're honest, you would prefer somebody telling you flat out they don't like you, so at least you know how to deal with that. But if they're in complete control at the federal level, and that's the only government you got, like, what do you you have no wins, you have no chance. You have to deal with that for 4 years, maybe even 8 years. If it's a popular person who gets in office, that's a whole decade of no progress. And when, in terms of like the policing, if all of the police across the country, local, county, state, and all federal was underneath the federal government, wowzers. Because again, there has been no, in my opinion, that I can tell, attempt at the federal level to do anything to protect Black Americans. They don't have a duty to. That's in the Constitution. That's been already decided, unless you're in their custody. They're not peace officers. Their job is really to protect governments and corporations. So I just don't think that's like living in China, essentially, or you know, I mean, I don't know how bad Russia is. China's fucking horrible. If you let if you let this federal government have complete and total utter control over everything, we'll literally be living like China. It'll be social credit scores, digital currency where they can stop you from buying shit, freeze your account. I mean, it'll be that's a nightmare scenario. I would never want to live in I don't ever want to leave the United States, but I'd have to leave here if that was the situation, because there's no way I'd trust the federal government to control every single thing. At least now, if you don't like the way things are going in your state, you can go to the next state, or you can go 2 states over, whatever. Do your research, do your due diligence, you figure it out, say, well, you know, there's pros and cons to everything, like everybody says, but I'm still in America. This state's a little bit better, little more protections there. And that's actually a good thing. That's actually a really good thing in comparison to, you know, essentially like Darth Vaderville, you know what I mean? These presidents be running around this motherfucker like Sith Lords, man, and I don't want no parts in that at all, personally. That's just me. You got it, DJ. Yeah, I don't want no.
Yeah, and we living like that now, though, bro. If you really think about it, we under surveillance, because look what's going on in New York with the toll traffic over there. They're going to be scanning cars that come through the toll by your license plate. So if you don't got like no easy pass or nothing, you're going to get like a bill in the mail and not even understand where it came from. So that's crazy right there. You know what I'm saying?
But that's one jurisdiction, right? So that's not even the state. That's just one city.
Right.
If the federal government had that ability and they just said this is a nationwide rollout, now it's everywhere. That's the difference.
Right. Now I feel what you're saying, but look, remember, if you since we quoting the black women, you know what I'm saying, before the Mayans, you know, the women's month and all that, you know, Sophia Stewart, the creator of the Matrix and the Terminator. So what happened in the first Terminator? You know what I'm saying? You gotta bust that microchip up, and that's where I wound up being in the Terminator Judgment Day. Throw that joint in the fire. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the only way this stuff gonna end. So if you don't put a stop to it now by putting fire on it, guess what? It's gonna be in Jersey, you know what I mean, PA, you know what I'm saying? It's coming to the Georgia, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody's driving. So that's the other narrative. So the other thing is too, you got the Tethernackers coming up here in abundance. They getting licenses for free, driving for free, causing accidents, insurance is going up. I was rocking $300 a month in insurance, bro, for almost a 20-year-old vehicle before I had my accident. So that's crazy. You know what I mean? But this is the game we playing. You know what I mean? Let's talk about the other thing where a lot of these folks is just, like I said, they getting these licenses from LA, New York, over here in Newark. It don't matter where you from. You could go to City Hall and obtain an ID with a photo on it. So you can get work and all this other stuff. You know, start applying for banks. Like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we kind of already living under that. But just to keep it to China, though, CCP, they're trying to run the world. I'm over here talking about the Belt and Road Initiative right now. Talking about that right now. So we ain't got no problems with no Asians or China, but they don't like Africans because look how they did Africans during COVID. You know what I'm saying? So if you've been watching Patrick Swayze's Red Dawn, or you watched the remake of the Thor dude in 2012 or whatever it was, it came out. We just had a whole Chinese balloon cross from the northwest all the way across the nation to almost out to Georgia or Tennessee, wherever it was going out to the ocean. So this thing done grid map scanned the entire nation, yo. Let's not forget these Chinese, they buying no farmland. They trying to repatriate everywhere. They taking over on some ACON, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So it's like, how we putting a stop to this? And in reality, when you really look at it, because we don't own anything, it's kind of already like that. You know what I mean? It's like that already. And let's not forget, they over there whooping them Africans' asses. So we're about to go right back into some Natasha Hollins type arguments with these jokers, because they and look let's talk about how the United States is talking about sending our pork industry, because I think a Chinese firm just recently bought Smithfield, so they're going to be shipping pork to China to get processed and
Bring
then
it
shipped
back.
back.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I guess I gotta stop eating bacon and do what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
fuck
It's
with
over,
the pork.
yo.
No
It's
pork on
over,
my
yo.
fork.
God,
Man.
yo, not my bacon and cheese, man.
No pork on my fork, bro. No pork on my fork,
Not my
man.
BLT, son. I can't do it, yo. I only eat it once in a while. I know it's the other white meat, but come on now. We love bacon, yo. Keep it real, yo. You know what I'm saying? Hooray for bacon, but you want the China knock and touch your bacon, especially after all these years we've been eating Chinese food.
Man, they
don't
swap.
even eat that stuff.
They
You know
gonna
what I'm
swap
saying?
that, bro.
Like come
gonna,
on.
look.
These the same people that's
They
fishing the
gonna
world.
swap.
I mean, the fishing the world out of food. They just go into different people's regions, Philippines, Taiwan, Japan. You know what I mean? Coming to different parts of Mexico and all these other places. They fish in these oceans out of stock, yo. Real talk, yo. Look this stuff up. And let's talk about how we so influenced by TikTok right now. It's crazy that you got our own people siding with siding against the government to not ban TikTok. Nobody care about no TikTok. We Americans, man. That's a Chinese platform that's not even in China. The government does not allow their citizens to use TikTok. Silence, yo. You know what I'm saying? Violence is silence and shit. Silence is violence. Whatever how you want to look at this, man. We can't be messing with no China, yo. You know what I'm saying? Trump was right. Get them tariffs popping, because what the hell we sending a Cadillac, an American invention. You know what I'm saying? Most likely the engine's from a black man, Pontiac, do your own work. You know what I'm saying? Pontiac, Michigan, you know what I'm saying? So what the hell we exporting a Cadillac to get taxed in China, but when they send that tainted ass painted toys over here to our American kids and sending all this tainted ass product over here for us to eat and consume and all this other stuff, we pay an import tax on it. We do, not them. Oh, excuse me, they don't pay no import tax, excuse me, but we pay an export tax to import it to their countries. Shit don't make no sense. Wow, you there.
Yeah, I would, man. First of all, you sending meat all the way across. It's very, that whole shipping container business is a motherfucking woo. Yeah.
Oh, okay, hold on, my bad. Let's add that into it. All the cranes and the shipping container equipment that are on all ports in America are Chinese manufacturer owned, and they also have the software in it. And how do you know that they can one day send a goddamn bug over here through the internet to shut all this shit down? So just to add in one more thing, since we talk about to get into conspiracy shit, leave the world behind. If you, spoiler alert, the Tesla scene. You know what I'm saying? If you saw it, but go ahead though, Bruno.
Yeah, so no, I was gonna say, and I can't find the first video. I hate when and if it was a short, it ain't gonna matter, because you can't even post those shorts over there. But I don't think it was a short. I think it was like 5 or 6 minutes long. But that was really talking about how you would buy a brand new container ship for like 300 million, and literally on the first trip you make your money back, and those things last for like 20 plus years. This other one that I just did actually post over there on Funded Socially, they were talking about doing the Garvey thing, where you go to the scrap yard, you get a ship, you repair the engine, and they was talking about something like that's a couple million. And then again, same thing, first trip, you basically pay that ship off, with the first trip. Now you can run that thing for another 2 decades. So it's like massive amounts of money involved in those shipping container businesses. And that's where Delaware, because they got the deep water port, they got the little they got refrigerated docks over there. There's just like an opportunity there to do some massive economy to scale out of that Delaware port over there. Food or whatever. It doesn't have to be food, obviously, but that's what's there now. Warehouse space is warehouse space, and if you're dealing with cars or something else like that, you don't even really need warehouse space. You just need land. Yeah, man, that my God, you know, that alone, just taking the money and focusing it on that, you would boom as an economy on the East Coast, because you got everything there. You got Europe, you got Africa, you know what I mean? It's all right there. So man, it's crazy. Yeah, so now here's what I want to read before we get to the next hand. Is in Michigan. I got two different stories. This is a state map. Michigan had an issue with the redistricting for the state reps, right? The state reps, state map, state districts, not the U.S. reps, but the state districting map. And so I'm trying to rectify these two stories. They both say a 3-judge federal court panel has affirmed new boundaries drawn by this Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission for some state house seats. The one says in December, a federal court ordered this organization to redraw a previous map after it was determined that it diluted Black voting power in more than a dozen Metro Detroit legislative districts. Detroit is 77% Black American. So that sounds like, oh wow, you know, that's a win. They made a decision that was intended to benefit Black Americans. The other story, which is also a Detroit newspaper, says this: a federal 3-judge panel approved new voting districts for the Michigan House of Representatives on Wednesday, after previously invalidating several districts that encompass Detroit, a majority Black city, because the panel found the Michigan Redistricting Commission that created the maps drew the lines predominantly based on race in violation of the U.S. Constitution. Now, that is some real tricky language and information. So what it sounds like to me is this map drawing organization was creating maps based on race. The federal judge kicked it out and said, y'all got to do this differently. Y'all can't do it based on race, even though the city is 77% African American. Like, and this is what I've been saying. To me, is the next this is the next crumbling of all of this 1960s. Like, all the work that was done in the 1960s is just disappearing in real time. If they eliminate the ability to create these so-called Black districts, these Black majority districts, it's over. Because that's really the only, and again, on the state level, they could be real. I'm gonna say on a state like Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, yada yada, bing bang, where there's these high concentrations of Black populations. Clearly, some of those districts are going to have majority Black populations. Some might be at 100%, to be quite honest. So those are going to exist, but everywhere else, they're essentially going to disappear. And that really, to me, oh yes, you know, in this order. Now I'm actually reading from the United States Court, Western District of Michigan, Southern Division, the court order, and it does say this. Let me read this. Per curiam on December 21st, 2023, we unanimously held that the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission violated the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution when it drew the boundaries of 13 state legislative districts, 7 House districts, and 6 Senate, predominantly on the basis of race. We therefore enjoin the Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, from holding further elections in those districts as they are currently drawn. CECF number 131. The commission has now submitted a revised House plan to which the plaintiffs have submitted several objections. We have reviewed the record before us and now overrule those objections. So what I'm saying and what I've been saying, because I'm like, man, this is where the shit's hit it. This is now somebody who's a lawyer and who's much smarter than I am can reread this and figure it out. But this is telling me this federal panel of 3 judges said you cannot draw districts based on race. That's unconstitutional. There was objections and they overruled those objections. That's lights out. This is a 77% African American Detroit voting area. Yeah, that's lights out. All the fake power that people, we vote, we got all this power, yay. If this,
hey, Black.
Yeah.
I think Detroit lost its status as a flagship city. Like New York City, Chicago, and Los Angeles, right? Those states. Those cities have like special powers as the state, gave them power that gives them certain power more than other municipalities within the state of California, Illinois, and New York. Now, what they did with Detroit Detroit was downgraded, right? Now, I believe the county, Wayne County, have control over many of Detroit's institutions, right? So now, when a person goes through, let's say you're trying to get some type of service done in the city of Detroit, you actually have to go through the county to get that same service. And what they'll do is, let's say this redistricting, right? Let's say a black district has 300,000 people, right? And it's 90% black, right? So, okay, that's one district. Next to it, it will be an all-white district that has only 50,000 people and is 90% white. But if they, split the black district with that 50,000, now you have 2 black districts. But what they did was they put all the blacks into one district, and then they have a white district that has only 50,000 people. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
I do.
I mean, but
I do understand what you're saying.
Do it, man. They what they do when they make a majority black district, they make sure it has a huge population of black folk. But when they do a district for white people, right? So some of these just have 10,000 white people, 30,000, 50,000. So that's how there's more white districts than there are black districts.
So so here's where I'm at. Okay, Michigan has this, it's the black population is centered around Detroit. There's Inkster, Dearborn. There's some other cities over there, Flint, that's got some black population. But for the most part, most of it is in the Detroit area, right? Then you got this whole state that is predominantly white. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. There's some Arabs, but they're all kind of in the Detroit area too. How do you not get majority white districts in these areas that are like 90+% white? Like this, to me, it just seems strange.
But to me, what they do, Black, is they made the white district very small, like a county, a white district that has 10,000 people have the same power as a black district that has 400,000 or 500,000 people. So instead of instead of dividing the black district with 500,000 people to 10 or 12 different districts, it's only one district.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that needs to be followed because this actually has been going on a lot longer than I've even knew about.
Right.
Obviously, they've actually had several. They did this map. It's been reviewed several times. They were ready to send it to a special court appointed special master if for some reason it didn't actually meet their whatever constitutionality this time around. It's saying that okay, so this is the one that says yeah, they did approve it. Federal law provides no basis to reject the commission's remedial house plan. And it sounds like they almost wanted to reject it, guys. Like, why would you say that's weird? But the point that I'm really stuck on is it's a 77% city. These are state districts, 7 or House districts, 6 or Senate districts. These are all state level, predominantly on the basis of race. It says when they drew the boundaries predominantly on the basis of race that violated equal protection clause of the U.S. Constitution. So that leads me to believe that this case is a state case. How does this not then get transferred over to federal districts unless, now here's where the unless comes in, unless the Voting Rights Act has some special provision at the federal level only and doesn't necessarily dictate what happens in state elections. That may be the distinction here, is where the federal government can make these decisions, which I don't understand why this was a federal. Now this is making me think, why wasn't this in state court? Oh, damn it. Come on, man. Come on, son. Come on, brother. Why are you kicking me out of the space? Make these decisions, which I don't understand why this was a federal. Now, oh my God, bro. This is what they doing to me. This is how they killing me, man. They killing me. Smalls, they killing me, man. These people are crazy. Oh, my bad. They kicked me out. Collapse the space. So what I was saying was, it may be that because this is a state election, state districting, that it does not affect the federal districts because the federal districts are protected under the Voting Rights Act. However, why didn't this go to state court? Why wasn't this at the state Supreme Court or whatever, and why did it go to federal court? Where's my, you know what I'm saying? Like, if this is going to be a strictly state issue, why wasn't it adjudicated in state court?
We talking about state representatives, the state senators, state legislatures, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now I played that video. That was a while back where they said, I believe in that video they talked about how the federal government federal courts can look at state issues, but that, man, I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that.
Yeah, it had to be appealed. It can be appealed and go to the federal level. Maybe someone didn't like the judgment on the state level, so they decided to go to a higher court, and that's the federal level.
Yeah, because it has been in and out of this system for a minute here. Man, this thing looks like it may go back all the way to 2018. I'm just kind of going over this a little bit. While our expert Sean Trende demonstrated that the Motown sound map does not provide the greatest number of black majority seats with the highest Black voting age population. We embrace the words of the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Yada, 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 yada. It said, and as such, we are grateful that the Agee versus Benson lawsuit yielded a greater opportunity for Detroit voters to elect a candidate of their choice in 7 House districts. Our focus now turns towards educating the community on the House map changes and drawing a new Senate map. There's a lot going on here, man. This thing needs to really be ciphered out.
Hey, but this is what I'm seeing, right? The most important thing that you have to provoke, or if I'm using the right term, is the equal protection clause. Now, if someone said, okay, you are abusing my civil rights, right? And then and invoke the equal protection law, then the federal government has the right to intervene in states matter because of the equal protection clause, right? There's like 4 clauses, right? The supremacy clause, the commerce clause, the equal protection clause. There are one more clause I can't remember, but those 4 clauses give the federal government right to intervene into state matters.
Interesting. Oh, you ain't gonna let me do it, huh? Sucker MCs. Yeah, I mean that's got to be it. You got it, DJ.
What I was going to say, because the conversation definitely moved along. The container ships or something like that you were talking about. And not to reflect, deflect rather from what you guys are talking about with the black state and everything, because that's important. But so since we're talking about Biden, right? Another thing, Biden, the reason why you shouldn't vote for this crackhead, you know what I'm saying? At this point, when he became president, right? He left all that military surplus over in the Middle East, or Afghanistan, wherever else it was at. You know what I mean? Yeah. Wherever we be at, at this point, you know what I mean, as Americans. So imagine that surplus that would have came back to the country, like you say, go get these ships that are in the shipyards, those trucks, those Humvees, those military surplus trucks, they could have been bought at auction. You see what I'm saying? Those cargo planes, forget the boat. I'm hopping in the plane if I gotta load my stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what I'm buying or whatever. So imagine if we was able to go get a fleet of them cargo planes and just haul whatever type of containers or material we needed to, haul. You see what I'm saying? And let the business come pick their stuff at the port. Come pick your stuff up at the port. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even gotta worry about a delivery or whatever, or we'll have someone come deliver it for you. There's different ways that we could be having these businesses, man. So, it was something else you said. Come back over here to the chat. In the Jumbotron, true. I got a poll up there. Something else like I said, but I guess go over there, whatever.
Man, so this is super interesting, right? So
hey, Black Homeland, Mr. Mike.
Yeah, this is super interesting because, man, this is a court case that for those who are into this voting, understanding it, to just kind of get a whole understanding of it. So this is where they mention Black voting age population, BVAP. I've been trying to wake this up for people so they understand. When they do these districts, they're doing raw population numbers. So in other words, 52%, 55, whatever. They're very few of them are more than 55%. We had a space about that. We went through them. That's raw population. If 15% of your population is under 18, that means your 55 goes down to 40% of, then those will be your eligible voters, right? Now, this, they talk about Black voting age population, which are the actual eligible voters based on their age. And they show in these districts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that as of 12/28/21, that these districts all had a lack of actual Black voting age population majorities. One district had 38%, 44%, 43%, 39%, 43%, 41%, 41%. Those are the actual eligible voters. So this is the first time I'm seeing where they're actually taking into account inside of a case about redistricting the actual voting age, the actual eligible voters. So this is actually really interesting. It says of the 7 districts that we held were unconstitutionally drawn, the commission's remedial plan completely redrew the boundaries of 6, namely House districts, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So those are 6 of the 7 that were mentioned up here. I don't know why they didn't do District 1. So it says they did also alter District 1. I'm just kind of reading through this and trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. So there's I'm just trying to really this is crazy. It says to accommodate the substantial changes to the unconstitutional districts, the commission also redrew the boundaries of 8 other districts in the Detroit area. So I'm starting to wonder if they're, because this could be a good thing or a bad thing. Or are they telling us, or are they telling them, because I don't live in Michigan, I don't play any part in this, but are they telling them that they're unconstitutional because they're not in fact majority districts? Or are they telling them something else? As a result of these changes, the number of Detroit area districts that cross boundaries dropped from 9 to 4, and the number of majority Black districts in the Detroit area increased from 6 to 8. In addition, as to the 7 districts at issue here, the remedial plan created 3 majority Black districts, whereas before there were none. It says 2 weeks later, they submitted a report in which they concluded that the commission had addressed and remedied the race-related constitutional defects in its previous map. Oh man, I'm gonna have to really go through this because it's like back and forth. It's back and forth. Let's see. Plaintiffs filed 3 objections to the remedial plan. Specifically, the plaintiffs argued that the remedial plan impermissibly favors incumbents elected under the unconstitutional plan, that the remedial plan possibly violates the Voting Rights Act by not including more majority Black districts, and that 5 of the remedial districts were again drawn on the basis of race. This is like, man, like, you see what I'm saying? Like in that one sentence, it says the remedial plan possibly violates the Voting Rights Act by not including more majority Black districts, and that 5 of the remedial districts were again drawn on the basis of race. So what the fuck are these people even saying? On one hand, they're saying you didn't create enough, and on the other hand, they're saying you were using race to draw them, and that's the problem. That's very man, super fucking confusing, because they do cite the Voting Rights Act, and that is the federal law. So that is playing some weight here and having some bearance on this situation. Yeah, I'm gonna spend some time reading into this to try to figure out exactly what was going on here. But it looks like it's confusing and conflicting because they're saying you got to have more majority black districts, but you can't use race. So how the hell do you do both of those at the same damn time? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Let's see what we got. China is still considered a developing country. That is how they are able to not get taxed. Let me close that off. No. Okay. So I got some comments on YouTube. It says China is still considered a developing country. That is how they are able to not get taxed. I don't know why they have not been upgraded to a developed country. And then it says, excuse me, well, feds can provide oversight, believe. I'm not sure if that was about the voting situation in Michigan or what, but that whole language is very confusing, and so it's going to take some time and effort to really read through that thing and try to gauge exactly what it is they were talking about. And maybe I'll have to even look at the previous map versus this map to try to figure out exactly what happened. But all things being equal, if they're defending the need for majority black voting districts and they're actually using the actual voting age of the population, which are the actual eligible voters, then that actually makes them authentic black majority voting districts, as long as they actually make sure that that number is 55% or higher. But even according to that, and that's in the actual docket, none of those districts were actually authentically black majority districts. They were all like basically average 40% of the eligible voters, which is essentially what I was saying. You could have 55% black population, but only 40% of them are eligible voters. So that's essentially how they have deceived black Americans into believing that these black majority voter districts exist when they do not. So that's interesting. But I got this other video, which is like kind of changing speeds a little bit. And I don't know if I think we've talked about this before slightly, but not really. And this has to do with the conflict in the Middle East. This is going to pull together a whole lot of things. So we are definitely switching gears with the rest of this conversation going down this road. The red heifer prophecy, which I know I've posted multiple times. Every time it comes up, I try to post about it. And Trump, in his presidency, ascendancy to the presidency, which these people over there want him to be the president because he is considered the architect. This is where we get into biblical prophecy, but not just biblical prophecy, but maybe even a manipulated prophecy that these people over there believe that they can accelerate these prophecies and make them happen, manifest them. They've been trying for 2,000 years roughly, and now we're in a place where they feel like everything is in their everything is lining up for them to make things happen. And when I talk about this type of stuff, I've had people say, I don't believe this, I don't believe in that. And that's cool, because you don't have to believe in it, because guess what? The people who went after them, I'm not going to use the word attacked, but the people who went after them believe it, and they believe it so strongly that they really went after them in order to disrupt this so-called plan that this other side has. That's what this thing is all about right here, right now. It's about that building that sits on the Temple Mount, and this guy who Glenn Beck, for what it's worth, he's an interesting person. I started listening to him about 20 years ago on talk radio, and he wasn't really as nutty as he had gotten over the years. He was a libertarian, whatever that means. But he just talked about being some drunk guy who, or maybe he was suffering from pain pill addiction. I don't know, but he had some addiction, and he was just kind of sobering up and fighting those demons. And it was a really good spiel. And then he went like all the way to the right and got real weird, like really, really weird. But this is him giving just a pretty well documented and explained understanding of not just the red heifers, which they did have. They found them in Texas. They took 5 red cows from Texas over to there, overseas. This is all about this prophecy. It's very, very important to these people. Again, all of the keys and the puzzle pieces that they need seemingly are lining up to make this thing happen. I believe that there is a God. I believe there's a creator. God is universe. Universe is God. So all of this information is available in these religious books, scrolls, whatever you want to call them. And these people who do believe in this stuff so much that they're willing to kill people for, this is what they're essentially saying and have been saying that they're going to do. So it's good to kind of understand what is going on in the minds of these people to know why these global events, which we're a part of because we pay taxes in this country and our taxes end up over there, why these events are occurring and what the end game. I hate to say end game because we're talking. These people literally want to bring back the Messiah. So whether their Messiah is the same Messiah that you believe in, that's going to be definitely up for debate. But whoever they believe they're going to bring here is really what they're about. Now, some people believe they're worshiping, demons, and hey, I can't look, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, because a lot of the things that they believe in are very demonic, extremely demonic. But these things are actually happening. And a part of it is they actually need Trump to get into office. Believe it or not, this is what's so crazy. They need him to get into office so they can finish this whole plan and bring about this, this accelerated prophecy. And I think one of the first parts is them getting this cow and doing a whole sacrifice ritual, which they may have already done or they may be very close to doing. And then there's all these steps after it. I don't know if he gets into all the steps, but he certainly lays out why that conflict started and what the whole backdrop of it is. And again, both sides over there believe that the other side at least is doing something that is based on their religious beliefs. So whether we believe it or not is probably not as relevant as the fact that the people over there believed it. They did what they did, and then the other side did what they are doing and continuing to do. And they're clearing people out away from that building, that site, because ultimately they want to take control of that site so that they can build this new building over there. That's like, this is these are like signs, whether for profit, PROFIT, or profit, PROPHET. This is what all of that's going on over there is about. And it's something that I try to keep an open mind to, keep an eye on, understand what exactly this is all about. Because whether it's a manufactured thing or it's something that is, just, hey, it is what it is. It's a spiritual thing, good or bad, because again, they could be worshiping demons. We don't really know. they're trying to make whatever they believe is going to happen, they're trying to make it happen. So that's a long explanation to get to this video, but I think it's worth explaining it on a level where people can understand it and at least kind of be up to speed here, because as with everything else that's going on, believe it or not believe, whatever, it's always good to kind of get what the hell is going on here in terms of these conflicts, because we got enough of these people, radical sociopaths over here in this country, that have already entered the country. They've already come across the border, and they believe in all this shit too. Whether we know it or not, appreciate it or not, understand it or not, the people that are here that have crossed that border, they believe in all this shit too. And they're willing to die and they're willing to kill about the shit that they believe. So that's the part that really is relevant to, us. And which is why I suggest people avoid large crowds. I don't care what the event is. If you can't secure the perimeter and you can't check people coming in and out of your zone, be very, very aware of your surroundings is all I'll say. Be very, very aware of your surroundings. That guy that just went on that stabbing spree recently, God, I think there was a guy that just killed matter of fact, killed this young brother in Walmart. Man, dear God. Like, these sociopaths are everywhere. They're going to activate. They're unraveling. And you just gotta be aware of who's around you at all time. I'm in Walmart. I'm 9 times out of 10, I'm in the phone. I'm checking the phone. I'm typing on the phone. I'm doing all of that. It's time for we really, especially, and I'm by myself too. We really can't be living like that. We got to be paying attention. I mean, we just got to be paying attention. That's just the most beneficial thing at this point. So here we go. This is Blaze TV, Glenn Beck.
So back in January, a story flew under the radar that is worth discussing, and it wasn't discussed because the mainstream media has no idea what this even means. But at the 100-day mark of the war in Israel, October 7th, the military spokesman for Hamas gave a televised speech about the Hamas efforts, as well as a reminder of the purpose of the war. Now, this was translated into English by the Palestinian Chronicle, which, gosh, I must have missed this issue of it. And it just came to my attention. But I want you to listen carefully to what this guy said. Quote, "We look back 100 days to remember the educated, the complicit, the incapacitated among the world powers governed by the law of the jungle, reminding them of an aggression that reached its peak against our path, Al-Quds and Al-Aqsa." Al-Quds is the Muslim name for Jerusalem, and Al-Aqsa is the mosque that is on top of the Temple Mount. Reminding them of an aggression that reached its peak against, translating, in Jerusalem and the Temple Mount, with the start of its actual temporal and spatial division. What? They started to reach peak at the start of the Jews' actual temporal and spatial division, and, quoting, "the bringing of red cows as an application of a detestable religious myth designed for aggression against the feelings of an entire nation in the heart of its Arab identity, and the path of its prophet and the ascension into heaven." What did you get out of that, Stu? What the temporal and spatial division? What's that? That sounds kind of mystical, doesn't it?
It does sound mystical, yes.
And the bringing of red cows as an application of a detestable religious myth. Well, we should look in to what that is. The bringing of red cows as part of a detestable myth. Okay. red heifers are the detestable religious myth, according to the leader of Hamas. A red heifer in the Old Testament, to be sacrificed, has to have no more than 2 black or white hairs, and they check them. I mean, I think there's probably, I'm guessing there's a rabbi squad that goes out and they look and they check the heifer. It has to be unblemished, all red hair. And that's a 1 in 50,000 chance that your red heifer is going to be born like that. And it cannot have more than 2 black or white hairs, even before having their ears tagged, a common practice with livestock that would disqualify them for ceremonial use. But these 4 heifers remain blemish-free. And according to the Temple Institute rabbis, they want to carry out this detestable, what did he call it, myth and a ceremony before Passover. So just before Easter. Only 9 heifers have been sacrificed since Moses. 9. And that happened between Moses and the year 70 AD. And the feeling is, or the myth of the Bible, is the 10th red heifer ceremony would bring in the Messianic age. Now, I don't know about you, but those people who are like, I think Jesus is coming soon. They're so crazy. So I don't believe any of that craziness. But they bring in the Messianic age. Now, people who are religious Christians, they believe that that is the first step to rebuilding the third temple. And it has to be built before the Antichrist comes and desecrates it. Of course, I mean, he wouldn't desecrate it and then they build it, but then the Messiah comes. Some of us believe that's Jesus, and he had a return ticket when he came the first time. So he's coming again. Now, what does this mean? Where did this come from? Why is Hamas saying 100 days into the war, it was the transfer of these red heifers from Texas to Israel that played a role in October 7th? I've been to Israel several times. I have never been to the top of the Temple Mount because I was asked by the state of Israel not to go. I was asked by Benjamin Netanyahu, who was the prime minister at the time when I was there last, and they were worried about any appearance on top of the Temple Mount causing a stir because of, I stand for Israel, I've been recognized, etc., etc. I know people who have gone. Ben Shapiro just went, and he prayed on the Temple Mount. Praying on the Temple Mount as a Christian, but especially a Jew, is not looked on kindly by Muslims, but many people do it. If you've never been to Israel, you don't understand the role of the Temple Mount itself. We've been talking here the last few minutes about red heifers. Red heifers are important for a purification process that needs to be done before the Temple Mount can be restored and the temple can be rebuilt on it. This is something that Hamas, really, its charter came from. This is a story that has not been really even heard in Israel. Secular Israelis probably are not even aware or interested in the presence of the red heifers in Israel. And if you're not religious, it probably means nothing to you. However, Hamas has just pointed out that they are at least following the red heifer story close enough to use it as the stated reason to launch the surprise invasion and attack that they called the Al-Aqsa Flood, Al-Aqsa Mosque. The the mosque is the third holiest site in Islam. This is where there was the mythical journey of Muhammad, and he was brought from Mecca to the Temple Mount on some sort of donkey with wings, and he went up to heaven, and he received instruction on Islamic prayer, and then he returned back to Mecca the next morning. So that's the claim on the Temple Mount. The Hamas terror attack on October 7th is really the work of the guy that we've talked about on this program, the Grand Mufti. The Grand Mufti became, in the 1920s, the father of radical Islam. That's what he's called. He was the first to bring up discussions about Al-Aqsa and the Third Temple and bring it front and center. The Jewish people were immigrating and coming in the 1920s to Israel. And Husseini, the Grand Mufti, he was able to spread his anti-Semitism and the idea that the Jews were coming to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque to rebuild the Third Temple. Third Temple is instrumental. If the Third Temple is not rebuilt, then that stops the prophecy of the return of the Messiah. So it has to be rebuilt. How is that going to happen with the Al-Aqsa Mosque on top? Don't know. Well, he got everybody wound up so much. It peaked in 1929, and they went on a terror raid a lot like October 7th on the Jewish holiday that commemorates the destruction of the two previous temples. So Jews were going to the Western Wall to pray. They were attacked by Arab Muslims under the Grand Mufti because he said they were going there to tear the Al-Aqsa Mosque down. Lots of people were hurt and killed, the Jews, because Al-Aqsa was in danger. This guy did not go away after this. The Grand Mufti in 1937 was exiled from Jerusalem, and he sought asylum in a country that thought a lot like him. In 1937, he went to Berlin, Germany, where he met with Adolf Hitler, helped form the Muslim SS squad that was, scooping up Jews. And he even hosted a radio show. And he was talking about how much Islam and the Nazis have in common. So this is what they were marching about then, and this is why they are now saying they are going after the Jews now. If you don't know, the Hamas charter is widely accepted as one of the most anti-Semitic documents in history. It lays out a direct call to annihilate the Jewish people, along with promoting jihad as the only solution and a responsibility for every Muslim. In fact, this is the Grand Mufti's ultimate solution for protecting the Al-Aqsa Mosque. You got to kill all the Jews to protect the mosque. Does it make a little more sense now that you see October 7th, the Al-Aqsa flood, and this ideology? So in the 100-day speech, the 100 days after the war began, after October 7th, the statement from the Hamas spokesperson is the first statement directly to address the red heifers, which came from Texas and are now in Israel. He is now saying that this is not just because of the red heifers, but because there is also Jewish people praying on the Temple Mount, and a growing number of people praying on the Temple Mount. Early on the morning of October 7th, Hamas issued a statement via the military commander who justified the attack as retaliation for Israel's desecration of the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. It wasn't just the heifers, but also prayer, Jewish prayer on the temple, which has been allowed. It's controversial, but it's allowed. So the problem is that Jewish people think that it has been desecrated by the Muslims. Muslims say it's being desecrated by the Jews. If you're going to rebuild the temple, you need to purify it. And purifying it, according to the book of Numbers, chapter 19, is a red heifer ceremony that results in the creation of ash and water mixture. And that cleanses the entire nation of Israel from ritual impurity. And then the ceremony requires some of the blood to be sprinkled at the front of the tabernacle, and that later became the temple. It usually took place at the Mount of Olives, where they are planning on doing this again in the coming days. It is essential for all aspects of the temple and temple worship to take place. In addition, anyone participating in temple worship would be required to be sprinkled with the ash water. Beyond that, even without the presence of a physical temple, the ceremony would allow the general population to be ritually cleansed and remove much of the religious prohibition for a Jewish presence on the Temple Mount. When are they planning on doing it? Well, they imported these red heifers before October 7th. We now know that Hamas said that this was part of the reason, because they're going to use the red heifers to purify the temple, which is desecration to them, purifying them so they can then actually go up, and even if there is no temple, they can pray as if they were in the temple. They are going to do this Passover weekend. So Easter weekend. That may be a very violent weekend in Israel if we are to take Hamas at its words that no media is reporting on. You don't have to believe the red heifer thing. I do. I believe they believe it, and I believe that the third temple is part of the return of Christ, or the coming of the Messiah. And I look at these things seriously because I know the Middle East looks at them seriously, and I believe in the return of the Messiah. We should be watchful. We are told to look for these things. And I think the best thing that we can do is pray. The best thing we can do is prepare ourselves spiritually, temporally, physically, prepare for uncertain times. I don't know if this happens, but I know people have been working on this to happen, since 70. And it looks like it could happen in the next couple of weeks. The sacrifice of the 10th red heifer.
Whew. Yeah. So, man, if you hung in for that one, like there ain't a whole lot to say about it other than, just keep your third eye open, keep an awareness of, what these people are up to. If people are willing to kill other people in large numbers based on whatever it is they believe in, they really believe in it. This is Easter weekend, just in case anybody, at least I think this is Easter weekend, in case anybody didn't realize that. And definitely God bless everybody and their family on this Easter weekend, and hope that you get a chance to spend time with family. I work, obviously. Sunday's my normal work day. But as far as we may know, this ritual that they plan to perform is something that either happened already, is going to happen. I think in their religion, Saturday is their Sabbath day. So that's like their day of rest. I don't know if they're even allowed to do rituals on that day, but you know, it is what it is. We'll see what happens, I guess. If there's any news reports about it, you know, I'll be sure to repost them because that's what I do. But this red heifer thing, this has been on my radar for, man, a couple of years because I believe Trump was still in office when this whole thing was really, really, you know, when it first came to my attention. They put his face on a coin over there because he is the architect. He is the I can't remember if it's Solomon who built that temple, but he is that person in these rabbis' eyes. The Mahdi or whatever. There's a name for this person who's supposed to rebuild this damn temple, and they didn't already kind of labeled him as that. And I mean, that is by trade what he does. He builds things or whatever. I mean, I guess he builds buildings. He's involved in the building trade. So it does make a lot of sense in that from that perspective. There's pictures of him at the wall. There's pictures of him with the little small hat on at the wall, you know, doing the whole thing, going through the ritual. His son-in-law is one of them, which means that the daughter likely had to convert. That's likely what happened. And so, you know, it's just, these are just, you know, again, you're just putting together puzzle pieces and calling it for what it is, seeing for what it is. The fact that they haven't sacrificed one of these cows in nearly 2,000 years is something for me to be like, you know, red flags. Massive major red flags for me. Again, I don't know, nobody else may be affected by that, but to me that's a massive red flag. And yeah, we'll just see what happens because they gotta tear down the building that's already there in order to build the new building that they want to put there, which means what? They need a war or some type of conflict in order to pull that off. Now, if that mosque goes down, I don't know how it's gonna happen. I'm surprised it hasn't already gone down, to be quite honest. But if it does go down, that's man. I mean, you know, Beyonce, you know, doing the 4 horses of the apocalypse ain't nothing compared to that. To be quite honest, because you know, that's like something that, regardless of if you believe in the Bible or not, prophecies are prophecies. And even if they're manipulating them to make them happen, even in that, I still say there's something more going on here. You know, I've witnessed a lot of spiritual things in my life, a lot of near-death situations. And you know, that's an individual relationship you have with the creator, but for me it's been very, very real and something that I put a whole lot of faith in. And probably the only reason I'm still here, to be quite honest, the only thing that kind of propels me forward and gives me the ability to trust and take risks that other people may not take. You know, and man, so and actually I appreciate it. Like, that's the other part of it. It's not something where I'm just I don't know. It's hard to explain, but I certainly appreciate it. Yeah, because again, when things happen that probably shouldn't happen, and things that are positive, right? Positive things happen. The negative things, I've come to a whole different understanding of what negative means, even in my life, because it's so temporary. that I don't even really allow it to register or become a part of my existence at this point in my life. And I could dear God, I hope I'm never hit with a series of unfortunate events. But if I was, I still feel like Job, even though that's probably not the real name, but whoever the character Job was, that just constantly had the faith and really would not relinquish that faith. And not even like on, on like I said, on a fanatical level or anything like that, but just understanding at a very calm, restful, peaceful place, that no matter what's going on in the world, and no matter what's going on around me in this world, that ultimately there is a reason and a purpose for all of it. And that wherever I am, no matter what is going on, no matter how much chaos may be going on, I'm there for a reason and a purpose. And that's very grounding, I'll say. So that's just where I'm at with it. But keep an eye out for that information. If you see anything come across, there's a lot of people who I try to follow, people who tap into spirituality a little bit. And so they do put a lot of stuff across my timeline that's just interesting to kind of tap into and see where it takes us. But as far as everything else in the political realm, I'm kind of wanting to reserve most of what I have to say. I know, a matter of fact, New Negroes having a space tomorrow. And then I think News Toter Space is on Monday. So those will be really two good intellectual spaces to tap into, to try to get, some really good information on Biden essentially telling any melanated person who steps foot in America that they got all the rights and privileges that our ancestors fought for, which is totally and completely just horribly disrespectful. It's just everything that person stands for, which is taking our birthright and giving it away to other people. I mean, I don't know how else to describe that individual. Really one of the worst presidents of my lifetime, certainly, and likely, Andrew Johnson is the first worst president ever. There's no question. Biden is quickly moving up the list. If I had to list of 5, he's somewhere in that top 5 of the worst presidents. And because he could have did he of all of them, even Obama. I mean, Obama, goodness gracious, what a piece of shit he is. But even after Obama, Biden could be doing so much more. And instead has decided to give it all away to illegal, violent, sociopathic immigrants, which is just, man, what are we to do? What are we to do? That was one of the one videos I really wanted to get in there. That red heifer prophecy. I wanted to do the 7 seals, but I'm gonna keep that to myself because I know folks probably can't handle a whole hell of a lot of religious conversation. Chad, that's based on what
I was going to say it wouldn't be so much religious if you mixed gematria into the mix. You feel what I'm saying? You get them to understand the colors, numbers, symbols, signs. Once you get that understanding, so you got a dog walking, so it's like, don't give me all the spades. You got to, dog walk it a little bit, bro. So it's like start having spaces based on that. But go ahead.
You know, man, as much as I would love to have spaces about spiritual information content, here's where the problem comes in. If you think sports gets people, you know, arguing and picking sides and factioning, you think politics, man, when you start talking about religion, I mean, people killing each other over that. You know what I'm saying? Like really, truly, daily killing each other over these religious beliefs. And that's the thing about it is that for me, I'm real open to a lot of information because I know there's a single source for it. And so it don't really matter what angle you're coming at. For me personally, you could be whatever the angle is, it doesn't really matter. There's roughly 10 world religions that have high numbers, and then there's probably thousands of other ones that have very small numbers. Some that we've never heard of, some that we'll never hear of. And I'm okay with listening to all the philosophies and all the information they got. I could absorb all of it because for me, it's all connected, whether it's a chain or a web. It all has a center, it all has a source. And some of it goes back only so far. And then if we're lucky, you know, thankfully in this time and age, we are lucky because we're getting bits of information that go much, much further. But at some point, if you keep going back in time, again, whether it's a chain or it's a web, you're going to get to a point at which this is the beginning. This is the source of all this information. And it's why I think like this bread situation and the Obama movie is not predictive programming anymore, because that's too quick to me. Like predictive programming to me is we're watching these movies, we've been watching these movies for decades, and then we start seeing stuff that kind of was in the movies and now it's kind of in real life. That's more because that's a slow process. Not everybody's going to watch that movie. Not everybody's going to get that information. Now, the internet has accelerated because so many more eyes, so many more people are getting the information. But I think what's happening is you can put something into the atmosphere, into the ether sphere, and if enough people tap into it, thinking about it, talking about it, it can actually produce a manifestation of it in reality. Now, this is like, man, this is on the deep end right here. This is on the deep end, right? But you know, that whole COVID situation, right? You know, if you really go back and you rewind and slowly think about what was going on in that, where that whole herd, what do they call it? Herd immunity, right? You know what I mean? You had that going on where they're putting that out there and people start saying it and people start thinking about it and then people start wanting it and desiring it. And if you got billions of people around the planet thinking about that one thing, herd immunity, we got to get what we got to open back up. We got to get back. We got to get back to normal. We got to get back to normal. That even that as a placebo to get healthy, where some people may have been sick, they could have got so sick that they died if it was all negative information, because this is what they call it, a collective psychosis, right? If the information that was coming out was all doom, gloom, you know, we're gonna lose half the population. It's a collective psychosis. People start mentally harming themselves without even knowing it, mentally shutting down systems within their body because they're in such a state of panic that they really believe this thing is so dangerous, is going to cause them permanent bodily harm. Versus if you got a positive spin of we got collective herd immunity. We gotta we gotta get people back to work. We gotta get the economy going again. We gotta do whatever we gotta do. Let's send some money out there to get people. Let's make people feel good about, okay, the process, we're reopening slowly but surely, getting back. I think that is a form of manifestation, and a placebo effect, which they've studied. They know it happens, is very, very real. So when you do these real clinical studies, you always have a placebo, and people are able to self-heal because they think they got the cure, but they really just got a sugar pill or whatever. They got a sugar injection, right? I think that we are really in a place where manifestation is happening, but nobody's really recognizing it as such. Like, and if again, if you in the spiritual realm and you kind of get what I'm saying, you understand what I'm saying. That's why I like this. Man, well, whatever. People done did what they did, and things come to light. People talking about this is the age of Aquarius, I guess, and all these things are coming to light. Okay, all right. Hey, it is what it is. Now you could probably go back in time and say, well, shit always been coming to light. That's why there's news. There's all these news services out there. Shit been coming to light since the beginning of dawn. However, there does seem to be a little bit of an acceleration of it. For what it's worth. And is there a collective manifestation of things? This Civil War movie, right? Now, to be blunt, I done watched a really good trailer of it. I get it. It's actual states against states, rogue states essentially going up against the federal government. That, in my opinion, is not going to happen. We're not even anywhere close to that. Thankfully, thank God. However, the manifestation of this whole attempt, in my opinion, is to kind of get us in that mindset. To get us all in that mindset. Now, what comes out of that ain't no telling. Do we have some terrorist attacks? Because think about this. Back in the 90s, when I was a teenager, and I first got into the whole hustle, hustling, whatever. And I mean, I'm a teenager, fresh out of fucking like wet behind the ears, all that. No idea what the fuck is going on, right? Nobody had guns because it wasn't about that. Nobody was wearing colors. It wasn't about that. It was simply about, getting this pack, chopping it up, and basically getting a pager. Because back then you had beepers, you had pagers, no cell phones, really. Cell phones came, but they were like $1,000 a month to have a cell phone. Very expensive. The mass manifestation is gangster rap music coming across the country, essentially programming young minds to go into the gangster mode. Got to get a gun. Got to rep a color. Got to essentially embody that spirit. And that thing swept all over the country probably within months, to be quite honest. And even though I remember listening to NWA when I was still in, like, going to school every day, it was so crazy. The neighbor had moved into a house that we had lived in, and and they had kids that were our ages, so we became really good friends with them, stayed the night, yada bing. I remember being in their room, which used to be one of our rooms, which is crazy, and listening to NWA. At that point, I was probably like 13, 14. A couple summers later, you're essentially doing the things that you heard about in those records. Matter of fact, the first time I was in what it wasn't even a trap house, dope house, or nothing like that, but it was just a house where someone who was a user allowed one of the young hustlers to sell out of that house for a price. Basically give me something every once in a while and you can basically sell out of this house, right? That type of situation. The first song was Scarface from the Ghetto Boys, Mr. Scarface. I'm selling rocks on the block, I'm never broke, man. That was the soundtrack of me entering into that world. Literally, a cassette tape of that song entering into that world. And I can't be the only person who experienced that, right? So again, was that predictive programming? Yeah, there might be a little part of that where the gangster rap was intended to program minds, young minds. You start thinking about it, reciting the lyrics, memorizing the lyrics. Eventually you want to go into that path. Not everybody, but some people. And then you manifest into that literally manifest into that reality. And then next summer, you got to carry guns, and you got to, even though thank God I wasn't wearing bandanas, but people around me were, just to be clear, because everybody else was, just to be clear, and being shot at and things of that nature, all kind of came out of nothing but the word, like the word and entertainment, right? So this medium, which is just a audio visual medium with different frequencies, manifested itself literally all across the country. And probably was facilitated at all different government levels. Just that's you know what I mean? All these different moving parts played a part in it, of course. But I'm just seeing that reality. And then I'm saying, okay, now that we got this whole internet, this global network, everybody's tapped into and kind of addicted to be quite honest. What happens when they plug it in your brain? What happens when this medium, so medium is a spiritual term, if people don't know that. But what happens when this medium gets super ramped up and your brain is connected to it, or maybe say you're one of the smart ones, or you're one of the ones who say, you know what, I can't, I'm sorry, I'm of a certain age, I'm not connecting my brain to no fucking computers. But the young people are like, look, if I don't connect up, guess what, I'm gonna be at the bottom of the barrel. All the people that are connected up, they live in the best life. They got all the opportunities. They're at the advanced level of society. So if I don't connect up, then I'm not going to have those opportunities. So I almost have to connect up. That's the future that we're headed toward. I watched this video. I'm gonna play this Neuralink video for those who haven't seen it. I watched a video of a guy talking about how they're going to do like 20 this year. The next year is a couple hundred. The year after that, a couple thousand. But at some point, I want to say 2030, they're going to be doing hundreds of thousands of these every single year. That's the plan, right? So it goes from one person, 20 people, 100 people, couple hundred people, couple thousand people, to hundreds of thousands of people every single year getting linked up. And if you are a young person who doesn't get linked up, Let me see if I can find that video, because that one actually is probably a little bit more, because if you don't know, the guy who did get linked up, paraplegic, he's able to control computers with his just thinking, just his mind. So that's real. That happened. And he's talking about how it changed his life, yada yada yada, bing bang. The theory is that this will be able to return sight and smell and hearing, and eventually, I'm assuming you'll gain usage of your arms and legs again, and if not, they probably will be able to hit you with a robotic arm and robotic legs that you can control with your mind, one way or another. Eventually, people who are paraplegics will figure out a way to be able to walk again. Quadriplegics, rather. So yeah, that's the thing that is coming, and I hate when I can't find a video that I've already watched multiple times. So dang it. Maybe this one is it. Oh, yep, this is it. Okay, this is it. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna play this one because this guy actually gives a little bit more information than just the person, because the interview, if you haven't had a chance to watch that, it's about 10 minutes long, of the guy who got the Neuralink and his, I guess, Neuralink tech guy, and they just asked him a bunch of questions. I didn't get to watch all of it, but I'm just like, damn, this is where we're at. Yeah, this is where we're at. So I talked about collective psychosis. I talked about manifestation. Imagine if you got 10 million people all under this Neuralink or some other device, whatever it is. Don't have to be Neuralink, whatever. Some device that connects your brain to the fucking internet. And you all can experience the same thing at the same time. Whatever that thing is. This is not normal in humanity. This is a different thing. Whatever that thing is totally different. It's not like 10 million people watching the Super Bowl because you're collectively watching it, but you got different angles, different perspectives, you got different emotions, you're different. But imagine 10 million people all having the same emotions, the same perspective, like everything's the same at the same time. That's totally different. Now, does that advance the human civilization? Maybe. It sounds like the Borg to me, or some other sci-fi fucking shit that I don't want to be a part of, but it sounds like a hive mind. It sounds really, really, really dark to me. And very dangerous, to be quite honest, because people are going to lose themselves inside of these systems. This is what and again, the movie The Matrix, which I kind of go back to some of these. That one is really telling, like this Neuralink. There was Johnny Mnemonic, which was before The Matrix. If you remember, Ice-T was in that one. And he was like a hacker who would hook up, put on the device, boom, 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 he go inside. He actually was a human being that went into the Matrix to do his little hacker shit. Whereas the Matrix is him being a human being that's plugged into the Matrix, and then he gets out of it. Kind of the reverse. But this Neuralink is the beginning of the Matrix, whether people know it or not. Right. So yeah, let me play this video real quick. This will probably be the last one for the night if DJ wants to run. If not, because I'm gonna get some early shut eye. I had a thing where my shoulder, my left shoulder, which is the one that was damaged, started spasming a couple days ago while I was at work, and I'm just like, I can't. It just won't go away. So I don't like to take whatever pain medication. I try to, just kind of deal with it, stretch, twist, do all those things that you're supposed to do. I'm probably going to order like a massage belt so I can put on my back, put on my shoulders. And it's not from working. I think it's more from just sleeping, which sucks. That's a whole nother thing because you got to sleep. But it's like, this was injured before, and it's probably going to be one of those things that I have to deal with throughout the rest of my life on different occasions. So let me read these real quick from YouTube. We are spiritual sensitive people, able to embody different spirits, and quotations in church is called catching the spirit. In voodoo, voodoo, you get rode by a spirit, speaking in tongues, all of it's the same. And then it says, so the gangster was the spirit that spread over our people in the late 80s and early 90s. And I gotta agree with that. But I also believe the medium of the music, the frequencies, the medium of the entertainment was the vehicle that put us there. So in other words, the spirit was in the music. The same way the spirit that's in the music now got these young women pregnant, twerking. Oh my God, man. I mean,
shake that ass, bitch. Drop it to the floor.
I mean, just got it, man. Just like down bad. Like, I'm so glad I'm not a young person in the dating realm as a young black kid, like a 16-year-old. Because, like, oh God, that shit would be so I gotta be honest, it just looks like it would be very depressing at this point. So God bless the youth that got to deal with that shit. But yeah, let me get into this Neuralink again. This guy is the first human being to go into the Matrix willingly, and there's going to be hundreds of thousands and millions as long as this thing keep going in a positive direction and the government don't pull the plug. It's going to be millions of people, and who knows if when this thing goes global, because he's doing it in America under American restrictions. Ain't no telling if he tries to pivot and push the technology off into China, where they got a couple billion people, and they just start mass producing this shit over there. You know what I'm saying? So here we go.
In the latest update from Elon Musk's brain implant company Neuralink, we have learned the fate of their very first human patient. Neuralink has begun the most controversial medical experiment of the 21st century, bringing science fiction into a real world that might not be ready for the consequences of a cyborg revolution. Neuralink has arrived. Now what comes next? On Sunday, January 28th, 2024, Elon Musk's Neuralink carried out their first robotic operation on a human brain. The patient was implanted with a total of 64 wires directly into the tissue of their cerebral cortex, each wire containing 16 microscopic electrode sensors, and then a very small battery-powered computer device was nestled inside this person's skull before the incision was sealed up and the N1 chip was powered on for the first time inside a live human being. Elon Musk has confirmed that patient 0 survived the procedure in good health and is recovering well. Elon also noted that the Neuralink device has already begun to show promising neuron spike detection. Ever since the concept was introduced 8 years ago, Neuralink has felt like a purely speculative techno-fantasy, but in 2024, Neuralink is real and it works. He did it. He really did it. Elon put a Fitbit inside someone's skull. So now what? Well, Elon Musk promises that the first Neuralink product that will be tested is called telepathy. And by that, he means the first software application that will harness the capability of the N1 device that is currently resting inside the skull of at least one human being. I'm not getting over that anytime soon. Neuralink's telepathy will enable the user to control a smartphone or computer simply by thinking. And by extension, the Neuralink patient can use telepathy to control any external device that is connected to their computer or smartphone. So in theory, telepathy should allow the user to reach out and control pretty much anything. It is important to acknowledge right now that Neuralink has not just created a superhuman cyborg. In fact, our patient zero and all of the other initial users of Neuralink are people suffering from an extreme physical disability, full body paralysis. So the purpose of this first clinical trial for Neuralink is to help restore some level of autonomy to people who have the least. The initial application that Neuralink has demonstrated is telepathic typing and cursor control. Just by thinking about the movement of the cursor on a computer screen, the Neuralink will enable a user to write messages, open applications, browse the web, and even play video games. This is all stuff that has already been demonstrated in the company's monkey experiments for years now. So this is what we can assume the first human Neuralink users are doing right now. And as Elon pointed out, if you can use a smartphone, you can operate any smart device that is linked to that phone. So even without having to move or speak, a patient could change their thermostat, dim the lights, open the blinds, activate the Roomba, lock their doors. All of these Internet of Things enabled devices are now accessible through Neuralink telepathy. But that's not all that Elon Musk has in mind for Neuralink's first human trials. Elon also teased that Neuralink is working on a second application that will join telepathy. This one is called Blind Sight. Elon has been surprisingly optimistic in recent months that even an early version of Neuralink could restore eyesight to the blind. The idea here is that the N1 implant could be used to beam digital vision from a camera directly into the brain. This one is a little further out, but in theory, it is possible. So with telepathy, the Neuralink device is being used exclusively as a transmitter. The implanted wires are picking up neural activation signals from inside the cerebral cortex, and then those signals are converted into computer language by the N1 chip and broadcast via Bluetooth into a nearby computer or device. If this is possible, then it would stand to reason that you could flip the process and transmit digital information from a device through Bluetooth into the N1 implant, which would then convert the digital signal into neuron activations. To accomplish this, the implant would send electrical pulses through the tiny wires into the brain tissue to stimulate the neuron response. If those wires were implanted directly into the visual cortex region of the brain, the specific patterns of neuron activation should be interpreted by the brain as visual input. So even a person who has never seen with their eyes before would be able to visualize the world around them. Now, this won't be anything like having real eyesight, but a low-resolution black and white image should be possible as long as we can activate the right neurons in the right patterns. Imagine something like an old Atari video game from the 1970s, where each pixel on the screen is either on or off. The graphics were very limited, but you could still create a recognizable image. And just like video game technology has improved over the decades to become more and more detailed, the same thing could be done with this new digital brain vision. Only progress will happen much, much faster thanks to machine learning. Hey everyone, as we cruise through the superhighway of innovation, I've stumbled upon something electrifying, and I just had to plug you in. Let's rev up our excitement for...
All right, that's a commercial. I'm going to skip that and go to the, skip the commercial.
Elon Musk's Neuralink is a brain implant that can turn human beings into cyborgs, reverse physical disabilities, cure diseases, and save the planet from evil AI superintelligence. But how does it work? While a lot of science involved is literally brain surgery, I promise you that it isn't as difficult to understand as you might think. We are about to show you the inner workings of the brain-computer interface device known as Neuralink. Okay, so the first thing that we have to do is create a physical interface between your brain and the computer. That means we need to access your brain, and that means we cut a nice round hole into your skull. Not too big, just about the size of a watch face, that's all. Now, this is the outer layer of your brain, the cerebral cortex. This is where all of your high-level calculations take place. Different segments of the cortex control different aspects of your mind and body. Towards the front is where your mood and emotions are processed. Towards the back is where all of your sensory inputs get received, like touch and vision. Right in the middle is the motor cortex. This is the sweet spot that Neuralink wants to access, and it's because this particular section of the brain matter is responsible for turning thought into action. The idea here is that we can hardwire the motor cortex directly into a computer. Now you are controlling that computer entirely with your mind instead of a mouse and a keyboard. For a person who physically cannot move their hands, this is a life-changing enhancement. But even for an able-bodied person, you would unlock 1,000,000 times more bandwidth in the connection between your mind and the machine. Your thoughts instantly transformed into digital action. In order to access those thoughts, though, we need to insert a wire into your brain, and this is not just any wire. Neuralink engineers have developed an ultra-flexible metal thread that is thinner than a human hair, yet is also able to carry 16 separate electrode connections into the brain tissue. Each Neuralink N1 device has 64 threads that need to be inserted into the cortex, and the level of precision required is so high that no human surgeon could perform the operation. So instead, Neuralink uses a robot. The function of the R1 robot is remarkably similar to a sewing machine. The robotic arm has a tiny needle on the end that will very quickly stab into the brain material, deposit the thread, and then retract. The R1 has an advanced targeting system that helps it to avoid hitting any veins or blood vessels within the brain. The needle and the thread is only piercing the surface level of gray matter. What we're targeting with those threads are very specific cells inside the brain matter called neurons. There are 86 billion neurons distributed throughout the entire mass of your brain, and 16 billion of them are located in the outer cortex layer, and that makes them accessible to a Neuralink electrode. In the most basic sense, neurons are like little switches inside your brain, and they allow these electrochemical signals to travel all the way down from the cortex through the intersections of the brain and into the brain stem, where those signals get dispatched out through the nervous system to all the different parts of the body. So every action of the human body, from blinking your eyes to kicking a ball, begins with a particular sequence of neuron activations. By sticking our electrode thread right into the brain material where these neurons live, we can start to read the signals being broadcast by the neurons, kind of like eavesdropping on the brain's internal communications. Right now, we are only looking at them in a binary sense. The neuron is either active or not active, 1 or 0. And in this way, we can start viewing brain activity the same as computer code. In the instant that you perform an action like clenching your fist, a group of neurons will switch from inactive to active, from 0 to 1. And as long as that pattern is repeated every time that you perform that action, then we can essentially decode the neural signal for clenching a fist. So that's great. But what do we do with it? Well, imagine you have a spinal cord injury just below your brainstem. Your neurons can still generate the signal for clenching a fist, but the physical connection to the arm has been broken, so the message isn't getting delivered. But if we can use the threads to read that signal directly from the cortex, then we can create an electronic bridge that bypasses the physical damage and delivers the message into the nervous system. Or, in an even more extreme example, you could send that neural signal out of the body and into something else, like a robotic arm, that would respond to brain activity in exactly the same way as your biological arm. This is all stuff that Elon Musk is talking about right now. This is what he expects the technology to accomplish within the next decade. But that still doesn't explain.
Of course, man. Of course is a horse is a horse. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, they clipped the space. Let me let me get this thing back up and running. Because there's like 3 of them. The next one is where they actually start talking about the human patient.
how this is going to happen. Want to know the secret to becoming a successful YouTuber? I'm going to tell you.
See, this guy has these commercials in the middle of these. Let me get to the where they talk about the actual patient. I hate these. Oh my God, these YouTubers. Please put the commercials at the end.
This is Nolan Arba, the first human being to receive Elon Musk's Neuralink brain implant. Let's talk about how Neuralink technology has already begun to change the world. In a surprise live stream through the X platform, Neuralink introduced the world to their very first human patient, Nolan Arba. With his personal Neuralink engineer holding the camera, the man who we've all been speculating about for the past 2 months finally got the opportunity to tell his own story. Nolan is 29 years old and has spent the past 8 years living as a quadriplegic after a diving accident dislocated his C4 and C5 vertebrae. These are bones kind of right in the middle of the neck, halfway between your collarbone and the base of your skull. As a result, Nolan has no sensation or control of his body from his shoulders down, but that hasn't stopped him from remaining incredibly positive about his life, and now thanks to Neuralink, it isn't stopping him from playing video games either. Nolan currently has Neuralink's N1 brain-computer interface chip implanted underneath his scalp and sitting flush with the bone of his skull. Underneath that chip are 64 tiny wires that have been placed into the surface of his brain about 2 millimeters in depth and specifically targeting the motor cortex region. This device allows Nolan's brainwaves to be translated into digital command prompts. So the first demonstration that we get is seeing Nolan play a game of virtual chess, and it's indistinguishable from a person using a computer mouse. Nolan hits pause on the background music, he moves the cursor around the screen quickly and smoothly in a way that seems effortless. Prior to the implant, Nolan would have to use a mouse stick to control his laptop. Now he is using a Bluetooth signal that transmits from a small computer chip in his skull directly to his device. Nolan explains the process of learning to use his Neuralink, and this was a learning experience for everyone because the engineers who have been developing this product for nearly a decade have never been able to hear feedback on what it's like to actually use their device. They can make an educated guess about what's going on inside the mind of a monkey, but having a human subject that you can actually dialogue with back and forth is such a massive upgrade. There were 2 approaches that Nolan worked on with the team: attempted movement versus imagined movement. Attempted movement was focused on trying to move his hand to move the mouse, the way that he would have done before he was injured. The idea being that even though his spine is broken, the neural pathways associated with movement are still intact and can be used as triggers for device control. Then there's imagined movement, and according to Nolan, this quickly became the most intuitive way to use his Neuralink ability. All he has to do is imagine the cursor moving, like using the force to move an object. He just looks at the area on the screen, and the cursor goes where he wants it to. And you can tell how effortless this is because as Nolan is talking to his Neuralink engineer and to the camera, he is also continuing to play chess at the same time. So he can already multitask between physical activity and Neuralink activity. And Nolan has only had his implant since January 28th. Obviously, the tech side of things is really cool, but what really sticks with you is just how much of a positive benefit this technology has already had on Nolan's life. He talks about how he was able to stay up all night playing a video game for the first time in years, something that any of us would take for granted. But Nolan was only able to use devices like his computer and iPad while sitting in his chair, and while in a sitting position, he needs constant care to readjust his weight and make sure that he won't develop pressure sores. The wireless connection in the Neuralink allows him to work and play while laying down in his bed where he can stay unattended for hours at a time. This gives him back a level of independence that would not have been possible without the implant. We'll just let Nolan describe his new life in his own words. Listen to this.
It's crazy. It really is. It's so cool. so freaking lucky to be a part of this and stuff. I mean, every day it seems like we're learning new stuff, and I just can't even describe how cool it is to be able to do this.
As far as the downsides to his procedure, Nolan says that the biggest limitation is dealing with battery life. As we expected, the Neuralink chip can run for 8 hours on a single charge. Then Nolan says that he has to wait for the device to recharge until he can use it again. Now, we know that Neuralink isn't letting patients use the device and charge it at the same time, and that makes sense. They don't want to risk the implant getting too hot. They probably aren't using fast charging either for the same reason. As far as the implant procedure is concerned, again, Nolan was very positive about his experience. He says that the surgery was super easy, and he was released from hospital later on the same day. He also mentioned that he has not experienced any cognitive impairments since getting his Neuralink implant. Nolan might be the first human Neuralink user, but he definitely won't be the last. For all we know, there could be more people like him already. In September last year, Neuralink announced that they had started recruiting for the first human test subjects for the N1 brain-computer interface and R1 surgical robot that will be used to implant it. The PRIME study, short for Precise Robotically Implanted Brain-Computer Interface, aims to, above all, determine the safety of both the implant and the robot for human application. It will also assess the initial functionality of the N1 in enabling people with paralysis to control external devices with their thoughts. It's expected that the first human trial will take up to 6 years for Neuralink to complete and verify their findings. The primary study period will take place over the first 18 months after the device has been implanted. Patients will check in with a medical team every 2 months to monitor progress and ensure the Neuralink device continues to work as intended. 1-hour BCI research sessions with the Neuralink team will be completed at least 2 times per week for every patient for the duration of the 18-month primary study. In 2021, Neuralink performed a total of 155 surgeries on sheep, pigs, and monkeys. In 2022, that number grew to 294 total surgeries. In a typical FDA human trial, the medical company would be limited to just 1 human experiment in the first year, with a long cool-down period to assess the results. But in the case of Neuralink, thanks to their existing track record with animal testing and the massive outpouring of interest from prospective human patients, the company has already received a green light for multiple human surgeries in 2024. The plan right now for Neuralink is to perform 11 human implants in 2024. That will increase to another 27 implants in 2025 and 79 in 2026. If all goes well, after this point, operations at Neuralink will begin to truly ramp up. The company anticipates 499 surgeries in 2027 and then exponential growth into 2030 when they are performing 22,204 surgeries in that year. Yes, 22,000. That was not a typo, but it is a very ambitious goal. Let's take a minute to consider the results that we've seen so far and talk about this in the context of the BCI world. Cursor control, like we've just seen Nolan perform, is not a new development in the field. This has been possible for decades now. However, the ability of a patient to do this wirelessly in the comfort of their own bed with no hardware or wires sticking out of their head, with no external help, that is special. There are only a small few devices that can accomplish this, and Neuralink has become one of them. Neuralink is also an exceptionally invasive procedure. This is a big deal. There is literally a hole in the patient's head and a computer underneath their skin. It shouldn't be lost on anyone that patients like Nolan are taking an incredible risk. He's a remarkably upbeat and positive person, but he's also very brave because he'll also be the first to experience the long-term effects of the procedure, whatever they might be. This is a known unknown. But the reason he's doing this, or anyone in the initial study is doing this, is because the potential upside is worth the risk. Right now, we are not seeing Neuralink doing anything that hasn't been done before with BCI, but we are also seeing less than 1% of the capability of the Neuralink device being used. Even for a very similar modern BCI implant, cursor control is about the best they will ever accomplish, which is still amazing and perfectly valid, but due to the invasive nature of the implant and the level of engineering and innovation that we've already seen from Neuralink, we know that Neuralink has the potential to do things that have never been done before. Restore eyesight to the blind, return physical movement to the paralyzed, reverse degenerative brain disease. We don't actually know what the upper limit of the hardware even is. Neuralink has promised to continue telling the story of Nolan and their first human study. There will be amazing things to come that people would have never believed possible. There could also be tragedy. This is only the beginning of the beginning.
Whew. Okay. Yeah, that's that, man. Make sure this video doesn't play. So that is the first human that is essentially in the matrix here. 22,200 and something by 2030. And then you could only imagine at that point, if you're rolling like that, I don't even know what the math on that is. 3 divided by 365 sounds like 800 or so a day. I don't know how they could possibly do 800 surgeries a day, but they would have to have a army of those machines, and you know, have patience. And again, these are people who, you know, he had an accident. I think he was either a surfer or a skier, and you know, he ended up breaking his neck, which I did. And again, here's where my faith in the source stands as strong as it possibly can, even though I got some stiffness in my neck right now and my shoulder muscles. His was C4, C5, mine was C1. The difference being his is in the center of his neck. Mine's was the bone that your skull sits on. And that if that bone that your skull sits on is damaged enough, your skull slides off of your spinal cord. And it's an internal decapitation. You die instantly. So, you know, again, when I say I have faith, I mean I have faith, because I would not be here if not for the faith that I have. And you know, God bless this person who you know, went through something tragic, survived it, but unfortunately can't use any parts of their body below the shoulder. So essentially head and neck, that's it. There's probably, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of people like that out there. Maybe millions. But at some point, like everything, it goes from the intended purpose to a commercial product. You know, if that takes till 2040, who knows when that doorway that opens wide open to become a commercial product, and then everybody who can afford it gets on that wave. Again, if you're in China and they got it, the Chinese government controls your brain. I mean, I don't know how you couldn't, you know, like, slow down. If you're in China and someone's going to put a fucking implant in your brain, you might want to rethink that. But then the government of China might say this is something that is required. It's mandatory. It may start in the military, may start with the governmental people, and then you know how things trickle down. It always starts in one place where they have total control, and then it seeps out into society. So, comment on YouTube says, imagine him and his crew of racists inserting racist thoughts, etc., into people's minds. Well, you know, demons, you ain't got to teach demons how to be demons. Demons are demons, you know, that's already, they already programmed like that. Yeah, man, dear God. So yeah, I don't, you know, I think the demons, I think the, you know, the whole idea we're born into sin is really for them. I think a lot of the doctrine of Christianity is really for them, and the way that their minds work, and the way that their spirits, or whatever they call it, the way that their whole setup works, and that they have to resist the temptation to murder and slaughter everybody. Like, really. I just man, I just don't, I don't think these people are what they seem. Let me just put it that way. But I think the control aspect and the pain. So, like, again, I'm experiencing just probably on a scale of 1 to 10, probably like a 0.25, you know, something way down, way down, just enough to be noticeable. But imagine being able to cause a person excruciating pain directly into the brain, and seize nerves and seize muscles. That's where I like, you know, for me, if you're gonna do it, that's where I see the control coming in. Is pain. Because you can control people with pain. More so than even money. The fear of pain and actual pain, you can control people with that. So yeah, again, I'm way too old for that. You know, thank God. I mean, it's like, I wish I was born in like the 40s, so that I would have been about 18-ish during the 60s, maybe even in the mid 40s. I'd have been right at that age where you could get active, you know, and then it's in my, there's another part of me that says, man, I wish I was born in 2174. You know, when it's going to be like, who knows what, I mean, shit that you can't even imagine is going to be going on here on this planet. Can't even, like, literally unfathomable things that we can't possibly imagine. 150 years from now. Unfortunately, we don't get to do that. And even if we do return, we likely won't remember who we were. You know what I'm saying? We won't even remember who we were, and that sucks. And what's crazy is they didn't even mention artificial intelligence. You know, like, that didn't even come up in the conversation. But like, you can, man, my God, like, that's a whole nother dimension of what is possible if they put AI in these little chips or connected to an AI. And then that person has the ability to know everything that the AI knows, and the AIs have read the entire internet. See why that would be a valuable thing for a college age person to have, if you could connect that knowledge into a you know, a matrix like device, where you can instantly grab that information. You just think it, and there it is in your head. That is a very, man, I mean, that's like, wow. See, that's where you're like, damn, I wish I had that right now. There's a part of me that's like, I wish I had that right now. But then the downside, what's the downside of it? You know, the downside probably way too much for me to even want to be involved in that. But the upside is, you know, you have all of the information that's ever been presented on the internet in your mind, and it's accessible in microseconds. Yeah. That's dangerous because you could have some sociopaths that get that ability, get that information, and they're just able to manipulate the system. You know, these are very dangerous things, man. Like, yeah, can you hear me? You there?
Yeah, I was just going to say, let me jump in there real quick. I know you're about to take it down. So
yeah, these are dangerous.
Why isn't that your brain isn't already thinking like a robot? You see what I'm saying? So you should be able to utilize your brain to do multiple things, right? Yeah. So I think retaining information in the brain is easy. This is why we read books. Obviously, no one person is going to know everything. Even the hive, aka the system, which is, the Resident Evil Red Queen, she didn't know everything. And she was also able to come to grips and understanding because of the artificial intelligence that was in them. You know what I mean? The system, you know what I mean? To have that human interaction type feel. So do we really need robots or just to really teach people better? But obviously the powers that be, they don't care about that. They'd rather just cheap labor, immigration, all this other stuff, erase the people, wipe them out, start all over again. This is what this is all about, war games, old World War games, man. Let's go.
As you were talking, what was it Vanilla Sky or Minority Report where they had the like the predictors of the future as far as crimes and shit? I want to say that was Minority Report.
Yeah, because they was able to predict. They were like the oracles or whatever the case be, aka the fabric makers of time or whatever. If you understand that analogy, those that wove the string of time. You know what I mean? And could alter time. And matter of fact, did you see the Avatar remake on Netflix?
No, not a remake.
Yeah, it was fire, straight up.
So as a remake, like this is not part 2, but what makes it a remake?
Let me not say a remake. Let me live action. They got a joint with live action real people. It's fire, bro. Netflix, look it up. The Avatar.
Okay. Excuse me. So again, as you were talking, I was thinking, what if Minority Report? I have to go back and watch it, but what if those people are simply gathering data like computers do, using algorithms like computers do to predict the future, which I think is already something that they're already trying to do. They're already trying to have predictive algorithms to predict crime. But, what if this movie, again, being predictive programming and revelation of the method and or manifestation of reality, is simply showing you a time when people, women, whatever, will have these links embedded in their brain. Instead of having 64 connections, they'll have 64,000 connections. And they will be able to gather up so much data and information that predicting crime will just be a normal thing, a common thing that can happen because you're just crunching all the numbers, or you got all the data. You got enough people connected to that system, either through their smartphones or because they're actually connected to the system, that you can make those predictions with really high probability. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that's out of the realm of reality, 20 years down the road, 50 years down, definitely 100 years down the road, but probably more like 50. At 20, you're probably pushing it, but I could see that future where, you got so much information coming in that, because like even with Target, like the thing with Target was they were able to know that women were pregnant simply by the things that they bought or tracking their eyes as they walk through the store. This is a whole thing. I don't know if anybody had heard about this, but by them tracking the movement of women through their store, they would send coupons for Pampers or whatever, you know, pregnancy products to the people's homes, and it became like this big story because either you know, there was infidelity in the marriage, or you know, they knew before the person knew that they were pregnant at a very high predictability rate. And that's just from like watching, you know, having these computers, these in-store cameras that track people, just from tracking people in the store. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's, to me, is insane, right? You all, I mean, is it a public place? I mean, is it a public place? Technically, when I go shopping, I'm thinking I'm in a public place, but you are on private property, quote unquote. And they ain't got to put on no signs letting you know they tracking you and shit. You know what I'm saying? But they're tracking everybody in them stores. And I mean, that's just mind-boggling to me. But again, today it's like it's not even a big deal. Who knows what else they're like? We don't even know that. Obviously, in New York, what they're doing there, that's what they're telling you they're doing, and what they're actually doing probably have absolutely no connection with reality. Because they're data gathering centers when they putting up all them cameras and shit. Even though, yeah, they're gonna find you, yada yada, but they're likely selling that data to somebody off. You know what I'm saying? And then who knows what they're doing with that information, right? So, it almost makes me, you know, really want to be out in the fucking woods somewhere, man, with like fresh water, you know, and no fucking devices at all, just totally off grid, and just trying to, you know, live within nature. Like, why? Like, that's the let me say that. So we know about that South Indian island where the people then murdered a couple people, or not murdered, they're just defending their land, right? So they're just in self-defense mode. I don't want to live there, but why hasn't this civilization, quote unquote, created places where people can just live within nature and not have to participate in you know, the on grid part of society where you can actually choose to go off grid and everything's okay? You know what I mean? Because where was it at? Where is this at? Is this in Canada? I want to say it's in Canada, where they're talking about taxing people for rain based on how much land you own. So if you own property, the more property you own, when it rains, they're going to tax you based on how much land you have. Because I guess your land is taking up the rainwater. I don't like, you know, like this is where you start to get like into, you should, man, I hate to say, I don't want to use that word on this thing, but when some people who are in those positions to make those decisions probably shouldn't be around anymore. Let me put it that way. Because if you're going to start taxing people,
your masters, bro. Yeah, just say it. Kill your masters. That's what I was thinking. Knock them out.
I mean, because what are you even talking about?
Game of Thrones, bro.
Oh yeah. Okay, so someone on the YouTube said, I also feel like they're eavesdropping on conversation and text. That's what. Look, your keystrokes, all it's over. that been over. They've been listening and they've been recording your keystrokes. Everything you do, it's all going somewhere. Database. Then they say, before I change the settings on my phone, every time I pass a store like Toys R Us, Walmart, my phone would flash with a sale from the store. Wow, that used to piss me off. Now that. So the question with that is that like a GPS Google connecting to these large store system, or is the store itself sending out that information, or is it the company? Right? Because is it the network that you're on, the company that the network that the phone is on? Is it the company that made the device that's doing that? Is it the store? Is it Google that's doing, like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, damn, nobody knows, but they're all tracking this shit and they're all keeping that information. That's for damn sure. They probably be looking for patterns, like, for instance, these sociopathic motherfuckers who go on these shooting rampages. There's got to be a pattern where they kind of do similar shit, like they're on this website. You know, they're on this platform. They search for this thing. They search for that. Then they go and buy a fucking weapon. Like, you see what I'm saying? They should have a profile that they could already work with, that if a person does 5 different things, that they are fucking, like, red flags start going off and fucking alarm bells start going off, and they instantly figure out who this person is. Like, we got to sit down and have an interview with this person and possibly, you know, watch this person for a week or two, especially when they just bought a firearm. Like, that's what I'm just thinking. That's just me being, like, just thinking common sense wise. But yeah, I know I came across a story where they was talking about that, you know, some type of algorithm to stop crime or some shit. But yeah. All right, it's I didn't realize that time went by really fast there. So it is definitely 4 a.m, and we're gonna shut it down. And again, happy holy day, happy holy celebration to all the folks who do it. If you make it to a religious temple, church, you know, say a prayer for me. I'd really truly appreciate it. And if not, you know, I'll probably see you in Spaces tomorrow, I guess. But you know, just like keep your eyes open. It's probably the best advice anybody can give to anybody, is just keep being aware of your surroundings. You got anything, DJ, you want to add?
Before you sign out, check your notification tags. Get in the Jumbotron, y'all. Get in the Jumbotron. You already know what time it is. Get in the purple chat right here. Come get this information up on social. The saga continues up on social, y'all. SOXCIAL.com, SOXCIAL.com, or you could do newstarter.com. NEWSTOTER. News Tarter is his own platform as well. It's 27,000 articles over there. Mainly 9 times out of 10 is pertaining to black folks. So you could comment on the articles, rate the articles, share the articles. Same thing over on social. Share the article back on social. So that way we got our information over there. But you could just follow News Tarter on social too as well. So we are funded socially. Make sure y'all come up and get this information, because we're in an election year. And that way we could display this information to our people and not vote for Jim Crow Joe. And by the way, my poll won. We should vote for Trump. I'm just letting you know. People picked the platinum plan on the poll, so get in the chat somewhere. I posted it. I reposted it. Go ahead. You know what I mean?
Okay, and on the notification, on the notification part, which one? Because you know there's a bunch of them out there. On here.
Say that again.
On the notifications, is it the one on here or somewhere?
Oh, my bad. Oh yeah, X over on X. I tagged you in the purple pill right here. But you was talking about your neck, so
yeah,
you might want to have a conversation with Brother Moko.
Gotcha, definitely, yeah.
And, it was something else I posted in there. What the heck was it I posted here? Oh yeah, you talking about the AI and the Neuralink and all that? Yeah, funded socially, y'all. Zuckerberg is creepy. Look what the AI bot said about Zuckerberg. I posted it to the Jumbotron right here. So look, y'all, top left-hand side, it should be there. But get in the purple chat. And retweet the information too, y'all, for those that's up. Like, I'm sick of y'all seeing and viewing. I'm seeing in this analytic, 1,000 people viewed it, 5 people retweeted, 1 person liked it. Like, how y'all expect us to get our reparations if we ain't getting this information off wholeheartedly, yo? Come on now.
Yeah, big 10-4 on that one. That's probably like the the best thing that people could do is just go into a space, look at the Jumbotron, retweet what you feel comfortable retweeting. Go into Purple Pill, because this is what I do every time I enter a space. Go into the Purple Pill, retweet what you feel comfortable retweeting, retweet the space if you feel like the information's good and you want people to, you know, participate in it. And you know, that helps. Just from a bare minimum situation, it just helps people who either can't see the timeline, because this account is totally throttled, shadow banned. These spaces collapse left and right, go into the matrix all the damn time. I had to restart the space at least once on this one tonight, and I did the delete cache. That just killed it, to be quite honest. But it is what it is. I got to delete my cache probably once a month, and if I forget to do it, then it's just really, really hard to even stay in the spaces. So I don't know how many people are seeing it. I don't know how many people are seeing the post. So it does help, so that at least more people know that we're here and they can see it. And that's just very, very appreciative. I appreciate it. For those who can do it and who do it, I do appreciate it wholeheartedly. Because, you know, we like to have political conversations. We like to have, you know, family conversations. We like to have these tech and some spiritual conversations. Like I said, don't want to get too deep into that, but at least touch around it so people have an awareness of what the potential is. And but yeah, so thank you everybody for coming out. Do appreciate you. The Only Male Cruise, Miss Trouble, Richard been rocking with us really, really strong. We got CT Raw, trying to see who this Lineage First, Siva, Buckshot, Miss Rella. I don't know if Miss Rella's still up, but shout out to Miss Rella, of course. DJ. Oh, nice. K0NG, The Dawn, and all the folks over on YouTube, of course, who do pop in and rock with us as well. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. All and the two listeners who are, you know, not to be seen, but, you know, shout out to you too. I always keep it open to anonymous people because, to be quite honest, it doesn't really matter to me like that. You know, if people want to sit in the room and not be seen, that's all good to me. Because the information we're given is the information that should be given every single day from every Black person that has a microphone and a television camera and some type of platform to mobilize the people. And the fact that they're sitting back watching us being dismantled, and you got 1619 grifters pivot into descendants of American slaves after all these years. I just like, man, please, Miss Red Hair, you know, you can take that somewhere else. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not jumping on that bandwagon ever. But everybody else, hey, feel free, because the same Yvette Nicole Brown be in the same rooms with that shit. Trust and believe. The people who disrespect the lineage be in the same rooms laughing and giggling with those people. And that's on everything. All right, peace, power, reparations, migration. Man, I can't wait till this election is over. Goodness gracious, I can't wait till this fucking election is over, man. Really, really. Interesting. Oh, damn it. Oh, that's tomorrow, meaning today. Meaning today is today and tomorrow is tomorrow. Okay. All right. I got you. Yeah. Tomorrow. What? Shit, bro. Oh, damn. Oh, I'm still. Man, the craziest shit is I would sit, because I'm so tired and my neck is hurting. I'd fuck around and sit here and sit here and talk to myself for another fucking 2 hours. Oh, okay. Man, and you know what? That's all good. Gotta fuck around and be on some other shit, man. Yeah, them little Asian motherfuckers over there in Ghana. I thought that motherfucker was gonna smack that man. I'm like, is this grown ass man about to let this Asian dude smack the fuck out? God damn, that's crazy. Okay. Good night, everybody. Peace. Oh, God.